Hey everybody, how's it going? It is the RambleCast. It's Wednesday, August 18th, 2021.
Did you have to think about that?
Honestly, a little bit.
We're still in March code.
I'm not gonna lie. I looked up at the dead serious. I looked up at the clock to read the date, and then I saw 2 o'clock, and I just about said 2 o'clock, and it's like, wait a second, no, there's no point in saying that. No one cares about that. And then it became 2020. I saved it, ish. Not really. All right. So anyway, we have a spectacular show. We have prepared absolutely zero topics. It's fun that way. That's what we do.
Yes, I've been so busy trying to finish up work before I go on vacation that I've had no time to do really anything else. So, yeah, good times.
Yeah, well, that's how vacations go.
I'm still trying to open up the chat.
The secret to
Give me
vacation.
1 second here.
The secret to vacation is if you're not going to be doing work for any period of time, all you do is pile as much of that work into the pre-vacation and post-vacation as possible. So, it's the same
So then
thing.
so now I need a vacation probably after my vacation where I just sit on my couch and do nothing and watch Vine compilations on my TV or something. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah.
In all fairness,
I do have a bunch of Doctor Who Blu-rays that I've been ordering, so I could watch those, I guess.
that makes sense. In all fairness, I can honestly say, I think if I got a proper quote-unquote vacation, and by that I just mean literally, I have no specific work I need to do, I think at least 40% of that time would probably get dedicated to just watching as much YouTube as possible to catch up on my subs. And then if I'm not done by the end of it, just declare bankruptcy and skip to current.
Yeah. Austin said, did I already go to DC? No, that's part of the vacation. So, yes.
Let's see. So, yeah, Diablo, believe me, I saw the topics. I do have those tabs open. Granted, I very, very unprofessionally have not fully looked through all of them.
Good Lord, Diablo. Why don't you just...
that's good.
Getting flashbacks to when I would have rows and rows of links ready for the Android Police podcast.
Yeah.
And also, most of the time there, I also hadn't read them before the show.
Okay, so it's funny. For reasons that I will share later, I recently went back and found the first ever episode of me on the Android Police podcast. And it opens with me basically saying, so, I know what I'm talking about with some of these posts, but I haven't read some of this stuff. Like, I just am not familiar with it. To which Ryan promptly said, oh yeah, that doesn't matter. We usually don't know anything about what we're going to say before we start. And it's like, hey, look at that.
Things never change.
Yep. This has persisted ever since.
That could be a title for this video. Eternally unprepared.
Ooh, I do like that.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That'll be $5.
Yeah.
Well, I'm tweeting about this now because I forgot to do that too. I'm just a mess this week. It's okay.
This week.
Yeah.
But yeah, my first appearance on the Android Police podcast was in March 2015.
I did do that a couple months ago where I made a YouTube playlist of stuff that I was in, not really for, my own organization, but just because I already had it set up because I wanted these to go on. I have a page on my website called Webfeed, and it's where I pipe in not everything I write, because most of it isn't that interesting, but a lot of the stuff I write into just one page, and that also funnels in like the Tech Tales podcast, and so I YouTube, thankfully, still gives you RSS feeds for playlists, so I can pipe in these streams once I add them to that playlist. But I was like, well, I already made this. I'll just go back and try to find everything I've ever been in. So I kept going down the Android Police podcast channel.
No, that makes sense.
And I was like, oh, I look like a child. I mean, I still do, but I looked even more like a child.
I gotta admit, I did get kind of a laugh looking at particularly the All About Android episodes I was on. For some reason, I can't explain why. For some reason, I just looked very different on that. I don't know if it was like a time of day that we were recording, or maybe it was, I don't know. I can't explain it, but somehow I just looked very different there. Diablo, yes, Cameron was basically the original Rambler. And man, I one of these days I would love to, once events are happening again, that is, I would love to actually have an excuse to go meet up with Cameron at whatever event there is, because we've never actually physically met. We've talked on the internet about 1,000 times, but never seen in person. All right, let's see. Really quick, going back up to just because I saw this way earlier. Corbin Mermaid brought up a notification LED around the punch hole camera on the Pixel 6, and I'm just gonna say, like, why like a separate notification LED, and why not just light up the screen in that spot? Because it should be, it's gonna be some variant of OLED, so they could do that. I think that would probably accomplish the same. It probably not as bright as like a dedicated LED, but otherwise I think good. All right.
Yeah, I know people. I know there's like a subset of people that like really love the idea of notification LEDs. Like, it's just like, oh, you know, I've had this thing for 10 years on all of my phones. I've never been one of those people. I think probably because I have no nostalgia for like the really early smartphones that had them, and then at a certain point I switched to having a smartwatch all the time, and that's just an expensive notification LED. So I have no, I've always had like always on display and everything turned off, because like that's what this is for.
You're not wrong. That's actually a great point. It is a very large notification LED. Actually, it dawns on me with the Pixel 6, if they're going to have this part of the screen, an under display camera with a part of the screen over top of the camera that fills in when the camera's not in use, that actually would make a lot of sense to just use that part of the display as your notification LED, purely because while the camera's in use, those pixels actually won't be lit, and when you're lighting them up as a notification LED, you actually are kind of using them equally to the rest of the display. I guess the point I'm getting at is, since LED OLED displays have a tendency to kind of wear out over time, you may as well wear them out evenly, and by using that as a notification LED, you kind of actually accomplish that.
Hi, Nils. Nils.
Hey, Nils, how's it going?
Thanks, Diablo, for putting my incredibly insightful comment into a quote.
I mean, frankly, I think you should tweet that.
Yeah, new bio.
I'm kind of not even kidding. Like, that is very tweetable.
Yeah.
All right.
I only tweet shameless self promotion, Cody. So that won't fit in. And stupid memes.
I mean, yeah, okay.
Also, I got distracted because like my equivalent of breaking news just happened because Disney's overhauling their fast pass system at their parks, and I was reading about that while you were talking about alerts. Yeah.
How does it say how they're overhauling? I'm actually legitimately curious in this.
Okay, well, this is very tech. So
I mean, a little.
Yeah, I haven't been to the Disney parks in a couple years. I know they've been trying stuff, but like how it used to work like 10 years ago, which I thought was like probably the most ideal system, was they had like the normal lines for all their stuff, and then they had a separate fast pass line that would get you. It just cut you the front, and the thing is that you would go to physically where the ride is in the park, and you'd like scan your ticket or whatever, and they'd give you a little piece of paper that says come within this time period or come back within this time period to this ride, which I thought was an ideal system, because what we would do is when we got to the park initially, we just make a mad dash to all the cool places and then come back later, which like that feels like the most like fair, I guess, if maybe not fair if you're like in a wheelchair, but like it's the most like there's no right there's no pay structure here, there's no, it's like if you can run to these places and get there while they still have a ticket window open, you get one. But okay. I know they go ahead.
I don't know why, but the wheelchair thing, just you said it and all I could think is, okay, but if you're with somebody else who can run, like just hand your ticket to them, they'll sprint, you're good to go.
Yeah, also, and you could do that.
Yeah. Also, correct me if I'm wrong. Man, I should not be sitting on this particular topic. It's just my brain caught on it. If you're in a wheelchair, I seem to remember Disney being super, super friendly towards accessibility. Like they kind of gave you a lot of cuts in line anyway. Which, cheers, go for it. But yeah,
or
I don't
think
they maybe that often.
Maybe the ride you want to access just happens to be on a slight decline, so maybe you can get there before the people with legs, like just like whee going down. So yeah, that's how it worked in the olden days. I thought that was pretty fair, because it's like it doesn't matter how much money you have, you just have to get there first. And then I know they changed it where you could, like, you buy your tickets and everything for the park, and they would let you set up fast pass before you got to the park, so you could choose, like, I think you got like 3 or something, you could pick 3 rides, and I thought like that was fine, I guess. But then it also became like, oh cool, I'm micromanaging like literally every second before I get here. And then at some point they changed that, because like just way too many people go to Disney World now and Disneyland, so they started doing it like cable providers do TV networks, where like the rides are in different bundles and you can pick like one from each as your fast pass. So you couldn't, so like all the heavy hitters would be in like the one, you could pick one of those to go early, and then like they'd have all the other ones, like in the other one you could pick something from that category, which was like annoying. But so now they have something where it says for the price of $15 per ticket per day, which is expensive, and $20 per ticket per day for Disneyland specifically, you can choose the next available time to arrive at a variety of attractions and experiences using the Lightning Lane entrance. You can make one selection at a time. So this sounds like the old system, but you do it on your phone and you pay $15 for access.
Mm-hmm.
So
on top of your existing.
This seems worse. I like the old system where you start off the day by running to all the good rides. And getting
so basically,
tickets.
if you buy a ticket today, Or, well, once you can get back in, at least. If you buy a ticket, you basically just have to... You're going back to the old style wait in line no matter what. Unless you want to pay extra.
Yeah. Well, and this is the other thing why I guess they had to rework it, is because, like, FastPass... And, you know, again, like, I haven't been to the parks in, like, several years, but from what I've seen online, it just seems really broken now, or before the pandemic, because, like, the actual FastPass lines would still be, like, outside of the building.
Yeah.
At times.
Oh, yeah.
So
I remember
clear,
that
like,
from the last time I was there, and that was probably many years before the last time you were there.
Yeah. So, I mean, they had to figure out something, because, like, at a certain point, it's like, what's the difference?
Yeah. No, and
really,
that definitely was the issue. Like, FastPass still meant you had a hour, well, maybe not hour, but yeah, I remember getting
There's
into
nothing
FastPass
fast
line
about
for,
it.
yeah. I remember FastPass for Tower of Terror, which objectively one of the fastest, or rather shortest rides at Disney.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you would get into the FastPass line for Tower of Terror, and it was still probably about 45 minutes, maybe as low as 30, in order to actually get on the ride. But you still waited through a very, very long line.
Yeah.
It did not.
Yeah,
make a
there's
lot of
just
sense.
I don't, you know, I'm not gonna make excuses for Disney. I think I don't think they need any sympathy, but I do understand, like, wow, it must be really difficult to figure out the logistics when you keep letting in so many people.
Yeah.
It's like, what's the solution? Like, you know, like, these ride systems have a fixed number of maximum people that can go. You can only shove so many people in the Tower of Terror or on that boat.
Yeah.
So,
though,
yeah.
honestly,
So anyway, that's
to this day, I still wish Tower of Terror. They should have just added, because I think they only had 2 of them running simultaneously. They really just needed to build a third. They could have sampled so many.
I think they did do a third at some point.
Maybe it was only at Disney World. I know Disneyland was only 2.
Okay. Yeah. Let's see, number of elevators. And I know that.
Tower of Terror is dead now anyway, so it kind of doesn't matter. But
no, it's not.
They took it
well,
out.
The
of
one at the one at the Disney World one is still there. The Disneyland one got converted into that Guardians of the Galaxy thing, but it's the same thing.
Oh, is it the same thing?
Yeah, they just changed the theme. It's still like you're going up and down. It's just now it has Marvel people in it.
I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm okay with that. I like Guardians of the Galaxy. That's great, but I think I'm also a little disappointed because
I'm not gonna.
The Twilight Zone theme actually worked.
Yeah, no, it was great. But yeah, I'm not gonna, like, cry over it whenever that happens to the Disney World one, because it's the same thing. And also, like, I don't really like that one too much anyway, because I hate the droppy feeling in general. But
that's a shame.
Yeah,
I like it. It was one of my favorites.
Yeah, but no, the thing was totally great. But Disney's, like, they've been on this quest to switch out everything that doesn't use IP they don't own, and Tower of Terror is Paramount CBS. So, or not Tower of Terror, just the Twilight Zone.
Yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
But yeah, I wish they would do like what like whenever Six Flags loses a license or something, where they just keep it identical. They just take the brand off. It's like, oh yeah, this is still a spooky tower, but we can't call it Twilight Zone anymore.
Yeah.
But okay, so this website, this blog post published in 2019 says there are actually 8 elevators inside. Is this the Disney World one?
Oh, well, okay. Yes,
yeah, there's 8 elevators, and then
but there's only 2 shafts.
Yeah, I don't know how many actual, like.
Well, because what they're doing is they load you onto one of the elevators, and then they physically move it over go through part of
Yeah.
the routine while they're moving more people into the next one. So it is a way to cycle more seats, which is great, but they still only have, I think it's 2 shafts that they send people up at a time. So yeah, you're still, I mean, it's, yeah, it is speeding up the process, but it's still not like, oh my god, we could be doing this 50% faster than we are. Like that.
So there are. See, Wikipedia says 3, but I don't know if that applies to, because there's like 5 of these, 5 of these rides in all the parks. So I don't know. One of them has 3. Diablo said, "Wait for the restroom or water." Yeah, there's a fast pass to get water.
Yeah. Austin said, "Hate theme parks, especially when you have to wait an hour to order overpriced food." Yeah, I don't think I mean, I will get either snacks or food sometimes at theme parks, but holy crap, no. I basically would eat before going and then make a plan to eat after. If I need to eat anything in the middle, like if it's going to be a really long day there, sure, but very, very little.
You don't even have time to sit down and eat.
Kind of, yeah.
Like that's like always my thought. Like whenever we'd go and I'd see like, you know, we'd walk past whatever like dine-in restaurant there is, as opposed to just like you grab your hot dog and go. I'm like, why are they doing that when they can, you know, wait in line for Test Track? That seems like a better use of your time when it costs $100 to be here. Like why?
Yeah,
But I had the same thought whenever like, you know, like Disney makes a big deal about their fireworks. I'm like, why are you waiting for the fireworks, right? You idiots! There's a shorter line for Space Mountain over here. You fools!
100%. Oh my god!
That's gonna be my next. That's gonna be my next editorial on XDA. Is everyone does Disney World wrong, and I am right.
Well, just let them know that I also do it right, because
yeah.
No, I figured this out very early.
Yeah. Like in general, fireworks. Here's a hot take, Cody. Fireworks are lame. I'm gonna come out and say it. They're not that cool. Like they're maybe cool for like 2 minutes, but especially not the ones at Disney World, because usually the places where you watch that, there's like 7 million people surrounding you, and you can't really see anything.
Oh, I think you can still see them really well. The thing is, where you're at in the park, as long as you're in even remotely the right region, you can see the fireworks perfectly. Unless you're like really short and have trouble seeing past people, you probably have a great view of fireworks from almost anywhere. Sure, you can go to like near the castle and get the perfect view, but it's not that much better.
The one exception I will give to my hot take is they took this out like this year, so this isn't relevant anymore, but it used to be, where Epcot used to have. Epcot is like built for this because it has like this lake in the middle, and there's just land surrounding it, so you can get like a great view basically anywhere. And they used to do cool stuff, but they're switching that around to something else. But
yeah, and I feel like Epcot really got left behind. I mean, it's good that they're going to be doing some stuff with it, but it just did not get the attention it deserved.
I was hoping that by the time I could safely go into a Disney World again, all the work that they were doing on Epcot would be done. But basically, they just paused all of it for the entirety of 2020. So that sucks.
Yeah. Well, let's be honest. When are you going to get to? Whenever we get to go into Disney again safely, that is.
Look, I'm
a dark.
At some point next year, I'm going in. If I have to wear a astronaut suit the whole time, so be it. I'm going. If I have to take 5 more booster shots from Pfizer, sign me up.
And that was the last we heard of Corbin.
Corbin died doing what he loved, waiting 140 minutes for Toy Story.
Oh my god, yes. Carson said Universal Studios is better than Disney World. You know what? I actually agree. Don't get me wrong, I think Disney is pretty good, but Universal feels more fun, and the lines are generally way faster. I don't know what it is. Well, part of it is the fact that they have developed their rides to be a lot more sort of time efficient, but man, it is so much faster with them for most of their rides. Yeah, I'm a big fan.
I've only been to Universal once, and I thought it was okay. It just like it's not as much my jam.
I gotta say, Universal in California, I think, is better than Universal in Florida.
It might be. I've only been to the Florida one.
Yeah, and it could be argued vice versa. Like Disney World is better than Disneyland. So you know, that's kind of the thing. Like if you're in California, you should really prioritize Universal there and Disney in Florida.
Yeah, you know what, Cody? I was so pissed in 2018 when I went to E3 with some friends, and you know we were about to, we were on our way home, like it was the last day of E3, and I looked at Google Maps and I realized I was like 20 minutes away from Disneyland, and I was like, oh my god, I didn't realize it was this close. I could have gone to Disneyland after this whole thing, but I already had my plane tickets and everything. I was like, ah, shit, missed out.
By the way, Corbin,
like what?
Look in the RambleCast chat room, not the YouTube stream, but in the Discord, just because. Cheers to Diablo for that one.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's kind of perfect.
No, but yeah, like I didn't know that, 'cause like California is huge, so I wasn't thinking like, could Disneyland be close to? Probably not. Like no, they're all. It's all the same. Yeah, so anyway,
all right,
Disney changes.
Should we actually talk about tech or news or something? I mean,
yeah,
we don't
I
have
guess.
to. we don't have rules here,
Yeah.
but in theory, I suppose we should probably break into this week's oh my god huge holy crap news, the thing that nobody saw coming because there weren't all the leaks. There wasn't all this stuff known in advance. I mean, listeners, could you possibly even guess what I'm talking about? Pretending for a second that I didn't already transition to the graphic. Yeah, the Pixel 5a, it's a thing. It's out.
So, I don't. Maybe it's just because I don't pay close enough attention to these news cycles that I used to, but this does feel a little bit like it came out of nowhere. Like I know everything already leaked, but like it usually with these things, it feels like there's like a building up. Like there's a little bit, and then we get more leaks, and then like everything comes out, and then the week after that, the phone is released. But did I just miss something?
I get what you're saying, and I even agree with it, but I think the reason is a little unusual. I think the reason is entirely because we have now learned so much about the Pixel 6 that for the 5a to be coming out,
yeah, you're right.
It's like,
yeah,
wait a second.
It was a deflection.
Yeah, it almost seems like anti-hype for the 5a, just because with the amount of leaks we've had for the Pixel 6, I feel like the 6 should be coming out in like a week. And so it throws me for the 5a to be, hey, here I am, cheers, we're here. It feels out of nowhere. So
yeah.
Go ahead. Or were you gonna say?
I was just, my brain shut off for a moment because Austin said Afghanistan ? And I was like, wait, what? Like, in what context?
We'll see if we do politics later.
No, I'm not talking about Afghanistan.
Yeah, honestly, like, I don't even know where to go with that. That's
no one needs to hear my political microwave takes.
Wow.
Except people follow me on Twitter. They just have to suck it up and take it. Yeah. So Pixel 5a. what's the size on this? Is it smaller?
Okay, so it is a 6.34 inch display.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I know.
Where's my small pixel, Google?
I know.
I'm pissed.
And hey, look, I don't personally want a small pixel per se for me, but I agree. I think that's something that should be there. I know so many people that want small phones, and it does seem weird that seems to have been abandoned. It's just not a thing anymore. Nevertheless,
so I mean, it looks. I mean it. I'm not really seeing any standout. It looks like a phone. You know, it's got the same 765G. What did the last Pixel have? Wasn't that what the 4A 5G had? Or is that something better? 4A 5G had the 765. Okay, so same chipset as the 4A 5G.
Yeah.
Has 6 gigs of RAM. That's good. Has headphone jack. Good. Supposedly eSIM. I'm sure that works just as terribly as eSIM on everything else does.
Oh, it won't be bad. I mean, it's not perfect, but it works well enough.
Still only
IP67.
3 years. Oh, okay. Well, that's what the last ones had.
I know, but at least, you know, it's relevant. It matters.
3 years of OS and security updates. Oh, come on, Google, you can do better.
Yes, it can, and some part of me does wonder if they're waiting for Tensor to be like, hey, now we're gonna promise 4 years, a solid 4 year, no questions asked.
Did the A line jump up in price? Mm-hmm. Because this is $450. I thought I remembered the last one's being $350.
No, the last one was 4.
Okay.
I believe.
Man, we're starting to get. Remember when there was the affordable Pixel that 1 year? This is just like OnePlus. It keeps going up every year.
Let's see. I'm quickly pulling up the 4A's announcement. Oh no, it was $350. My bad. You was right.
Haha.
So yeah, let's see, was there anything else particularly relevant on here? I'm just skipping over the specs real quick. Let's see, the battery size did skyrocket. The 4A had a 3140 and the 5A has a 4680 milliamp hour.
Yeah, that's a chunkster.
That is a lot more battery.
So this is 7.6 millimeters thick. That's on the. That's a big boy. That's about my phone with a case, I think. What's the S21? Trying to think. I need terms and relative of the phone I'm holding right now.
Yeah, I know.
So the S21 is 7.9 millimeters. Okay, so that's still a pretty thin phone.
Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, it's definitely not bad.
No, and like you don't, especially with these phones, you don't really want something really thin anyway, because then it's just gonna slip out of your hands and fall.
The 5A also did go up 40 grams, which I mean went from
that's the bigger deal.
143 to 183. It's not like that's huge increase, but it's significant. Like if you hold these in each hand, you will definitely notice an increase in 40 grams. So I think that's kind of interesting. Let's see, same amount of RAM, same amount of storage. Oh wait, did you say it had the same chipset? Because we've got the 730 in the old one and the 765 in the new one.
The same chip as the 4A 5G.
Oh, you're comparing to the 4A 5G. My bad. I've been comparing to the 4A.
Well, I said that just out of because I saw that. I was like, haven't we had a Pixel with that already?
Let's see.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't know how good of a value this really is. Because I feel like Samsung has been stepping up their game a lot the past 2 years with the A50 phones.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I know there's people who buy this because they want the Google phone with the Google software, but yeah, because like that first Pixel 3a was a really good phone at the time, and especially at that point in time in like 2018 2019, budget Android phones in the US really sucked. And
Yes.
then now that LG's out of business and Samsung is actually trying with budget phones in the US, this seems like less of a compelling argument to make for $450, because I think that's how much is the Galaxy A52? I think that's about the same price.
Okay, so out of the gate, I'm gonna agree with you, but I'm gonna. Man, this is gonna sound so dismissive, but I think it is true. Out of the gate, I'm just gonna say, I think that this is basically just like the Pixel 5a, in practical terms. Next year is probably gonna be great for the 6a, but this year they're throwing out another phone that's kind of like, this is so insulting and so dismissive, but this is kind of a shovelware phone. They needed to get out another A-line phone, and so they pushed out something that, yes, it is an upgrade, it is an improvement, it is good for its price, it has nice features, it is a good phone. Indisputably, it is a definite good phone. But I think next year is probably the year that all of a sudden it's going to be no, for real, this is the one you actually want to have. And so, I mean, this is going to be a great phone for plenty of people. No question to it. It's just, they upgraded it in the same iterative, like, here's the upgrades that we just kind of could give you in the same price point, and we didn't do anything special. Yeah. So, yeah. Honestly, I just think that this was kind of a shovelware product. Again, that sounds so dismissive because it is a great phone, but it's not special.
Yeah, it took me a while to find it because I think it's sold out everywhere. But the Galaxy A52 5G is $500 MSRP, and I know it's gone on sale for like $100 lower than that at some point. And what does this have? It has oh my god, I hate Best Buy's website. Hold on. 5G. Also, you know what is also $450 is the S20 FE, which that's not going to get 3 years of OS updates starting from now, but that's like an actual flagship phone.
Mm-hmm.
But so the A52 5G, which is $50 more than the Pixel 5a at the MSRP, same IP67 rating. It has a Snapdragon 750G, which maybe that's a little bit worse than the 65G. It's probably close enough. This has all the rear cameras.
Which phone are you comparing against?
This is the Galaxy A52 5G,
okay.
Yeah, which is Samsung's $500 phone for this year. So basically same chipset, 4,500 milliamp battery, 25 watt charging. I don't think it has wireless charging, but yeah, I don't know, kind of disappointed. Google seemed like they were on a roll with the A phones for a while.
Well, to me, I mean, the 3A indisputably was a rock star. I think everyone agrees on that.
I've got mine right here. Yeah.
I mean, I don't, but just because I bought the 3 and the 4, so, you know, the A line didn't make a lot of sense to pick up in addition. But yeah, the 3A was obviously a Rockstar phone. They did such a good job with it, and it's a very, basically impossible to beat price at the time. The 4A, due to the delays, I mean, if the 4A had come out when everyone thought it should have, like just by timing and tradition, it would have been a more interesting phone. It came out so much later, and I think that killed it. The release of the 4A, 4A 5G, and 5 all within, what, 5 weeks of each other? Something like that. And the way that it was all kind of pre-leaked, but like inconclusively, like they did such a weird thing with the releases. I think that just, it made that phone look so much worse. Well, all of those phones look so much worse. And then, you know, then we all also kind of already knew that there was a possibility of Whitechapel coming out, which is now Tensor. Like, so many things we kind of expected and hoped for out of that phone. Plus, the fact that they did not upgrade the camera. They did not do so many things with it. I get it. Like, it was... all of those...
And yeah. And like,
all of that generation was good. It just didn't land. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
No. And like, I fully admit I'm just being a picky bitch, because ultimately this is a phone that's like $200 to $300 cheaper than most mainstream phones, and the hardware is almost as good, and it's still going to take good pictures, and it's getting updates for 3 years. But I just want more. I feel like it's not too unreasonable to go back to the same value Google had a year ago. But
let me pitch this as a kind of cross argument. To me, I think if you were buying this phone, and we're talking you're in the budget territory of buying this phone, and granted, yes, Samsung now is much more compelling. But if you were looking to buy this phone, and let's say you have any reason whatsoever to lean this direction instead of a Samsung phone, maybe because of software, maybe for camera processing, maybe it's, I don't know, whatever else.
Maybe I don't want ads in my weather app.
That counts. It definitely counts. Yeah, whatever your reasoning being. The thing is, I think you would look at this phone and say, yeah, I'm totally good with this. But as people who are sitting here saying, well, you announced a phone and it just is not that much more interesting than last year's model, I think that makes us a lot more jaded about it. And in other words, this is a thing enthusiasts care so much more about than actual customers.
Yeah,
I think regular customers look at this phone and they're like, it's a really great phone. Like, cheers, I love it.
Especially if it, you know, they see $20 a month for 24 months and like, oh yeah, sounds great, sign me up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just being picky. It's still fine. I just wish it was as fine as the last year one. So I'm reading over all the replies. Like Hoopy said, what's Corbin's feelings on the federal budget?
Yeah, no, I was reading over, and a little bit later, I think we misstated the IP ratings on the previous phones. I'm not totally sure, but Carson did paste this into the RambleCast chat room. The 5A has the IP67 rating, but the 4A 5G does not. So...
Okay.
Or at least I believe that's correct. If someone wants to correct us further, please. I'm sure I could look this up. I mean, I can obviously look it up right now, but
Carson brought up a good point that it's only being sold in the US and Japan. Oof.
Okay, so about that, there have been a couple of phones that I believe did spread beyond their original launch regions. I'm not sure if this one will. And I think all the ones that did, they all started in more countries than that. So the fact that this is only starting in US and Japan kind of raises some doubts in my mind about that.
I had that page bookmark somewhere that tells me okay. I had that page bookmark from, it's like a Google support article that tells you every region where something is available. Region availability. I can probably find it. I was curious what the, okay, yeah, regional availability and pricing. Oh no, wait, that's something else.
Let's see.
Okay. I was just curious where the other pixels were sold. Probably need to not use DuckDuckGo for this.
AP is actually usually pretty good about covering which countries, but yeah, the list is not long. I think typically the pixels end up in about 7 or 8 countries. Usually it's mostly US, EU, and then one or two Asian countries.
I found the article. So yeah, the Pixel 5 and 4A 5G were available in Australia, Canada, France, Germany, Ireland, Japan, Taiwan, United Kingdom, and United States. So
that's what,
maybe
8?
the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
No. Okay.
So yeah, maybe it'll expand farther, but yeah.
Carson,
I'll put that link in. Oh, Carson did it for me. Thanks. Why am I even here?
But yeah, which is also funny because you look at all of the, if you scroll further down into the home and entertainment section and you see all of the other products, and it's like, oh yeah, they don't have any problem. They're in like a dozen plus countries, if not like boatloads of countries. Well,
you can buy a Chromecast in like North Korea.
I mean, you probably could for other reasons, but yeah, you know, the distribution has been really, really strange for a lot of these products.
Oh, they've still got the Chromecast audio on this article. Well,
I'm sure that this is all just like leftover.
Yeah. It's funny though.
Oh, they added Fitbit to this article too. That's kind of funny.
Yet they didn't remove the Chromecast audio.
Never forget the greatness that was the Chromecast audio.
Yeah. I've still got mine. I don't know if I'll ever use it again because everything has it in it now. But if I, as soon as the moment comes when I need it for some reason, it'll be there.
I still have 2 of them.
Yeah. That's my retirement right there. How much will this be
there's still
worth?
not a Chromecast that has a headphone jack. Aside from this one, it's the only one. Everything else you need some way to do HDMI to audio, which that's not really a thing. I'm sure it is a thing somewhere.
You can get a splitter, but that's janky.
Well, it's just such a terrible single-purpose product.
Yeah.
It only exists for that one very, very minimal reason of, hey, let's make a Chromecast that's not the Chromecast audio act like a Chromecast audio. Woo. Yeah. And that being said, imagine if that maybe should be something Google should sell, is an adapter that works with all the other Chromecast devices that just basically converts it into Chromecast audios. Because I think legitimately there are people that want this.
Or just sell a fucking Chromecast audio.
That could work too. That could definitely work. Oh geez. Let's see. All right. I'm quickly skimming down the rest of the comments because they're actually coming out faster than I can usually keep up with them.
And I'll probably stay on for like another 30 minutes or so because I've got fun work I gotta get back to.
Yeah. I detect the /S. Hard /S on that. But
yes.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. Is there really much to say about the Pixel 5a beyond that? I hate to say it, but like it's a neat phone, just not that interesting of a phone.
No, it's the we made a Pixel A phone this year. That's it. That's all I have to say.
Yeah.
It exists. If you want a cheaper Android phone that isn't terrible, there you go.
Let's see. Oh, damn it. I hate when YouTube jumps the comments. Like as you scroll down, all of a sudden, like a new comment comes in or something like that, and all of a sudden it just bounces super, super far, and I lose my place.
Yeah, Discord's terrible at that.
Yeah, Discord does it. Slack does it. Slack can be really bad at it too.
Slack is the worst at it.
Slack is the worst at a lot of things.
Yeah.
Inside story, we recently went through trying to check out some other means of chat and went through a few options, and we collectively agreed they're all really terrible except IRC. IRC was the best.
Mm-hmm. Of course. Oh, also, if anyone has questions about the Galaxy Watch 4, I don't have it anymore. I just mailed it off to a different person who's going to write other stuff for XDA, but I did my review of the Watch 4 Classic is coming at some point. It's already done, just other people have to read it and fix all my typos. And I did publish a article I'll put in the RambleCast Discord, and maybe Cody can mirror it to YouTube. But I did a whole article just about how what Wear OS is like on this watch, which I think is probably the thing that most people were interested in. And there was so much to say about that it's just I made it a whole post because it's really weird. Like I didn't like Google. I'm really curious about how much of this carries over to normal Wear OS 3, and how much other companies will be able to customize it. Because Google, it seems like Google kind of just let Samsung do whatever they want. Like it's like I think there's a higher degree of changes here than Google allows with phone Android, which is really interesting. Because before now, Google didn't let you customize Wear OS at all. You shipped it with the watch. You could put your own apps on the watch and like your own watch faces, but that was it. And now they've just completely flipped where it's like you can change everything about the software seemingly. Because like Samsung's not using the Wear OS app to set up and synchronize this watch. They're using their Galaxy Wearable app, which is a lot better. So I appreciate that, but it's still very weird. They've changed the entire UI. They've changed where like the notifications and the apps list are just in the layout. They've skinned everything. Like I even said this a couple times in the post. Like if someone handed me that watch and told me it was just another Tizen Samsung watch, I would have 100% believed them. Like it's really close. But yeah. So anyway, it's interesting, and I'm interested to see how app development goes. Like, is there actually going to be Wear OS apps popping up? I know Google is trying to update its apps, and those are in various stages of development. Like they've got a YouTube Music app coming at some point. It might already be rolling out. I'm not sure. When I checked it, I didn't have it. But now that because the issue before was like Samsung itself didn't really have enough market share in wearables to justify developers making apps for it, and Google itself didn't really have enough market share. Like it's just Fossil making the watches basically. So I don't know if like 3% of the market and 3% of the market together is enough to spur development, but maybe.
Well, what stands out to me is you can also look over at Apple. Because, yes, the Apple Watch definitely does have some development going on. In fact, I would even argue it has pretty good development, all things considered. But at the same time, I've heard a lot of developers over there talking about it just wasn't worth their time. They built apps, a lot of people don't even use them. Some of them built apps, and due to limitations of the platform, due to maybe, limitations of what their apps really need to or can do on a watch, maybe the app is just sort of a barely there shadow kind of thing. So many people over there have really just complained that there's not enough going on for them to really do. And then you factor in that Apple has provided so much of its own stuff, which I mean is great. For customers, that's fantastic. But for developers have to just kind of look at it and go, all right, what can we build? Because Apple already beat us to the punch on all this other stuff, and we can't access half the sensors, and even if we could, there's privacy issues, and like the list of reasons piles up. There's just not much they can do.
That's kind of where Samsung was too on all their current Galaxy watches. It came with a lot of apps, and they made more you could download. Like, it wasn't really missing a lot. Like when I was trying out the Watch 4, it had Samsung built their own music app. You can transfer just music files to the watch and play it. They built their own compass. They built a bunch of that. They have their whole own health ecosystem. So there's definitely that. And then also there's sort of the meta issue that it's already really difficult to make a business making smartphone apps if you're not a big company. And I'm sure that's like 10 times as difficult on wearables because your available market is even smaller.
So, you know what? I'm actually going to... I don't normally do this, but I'm going to make a proposal of sorts that...
I'm not marrying you.
Thank God. No, I'm going to propose that this is how Google really should approach this. Basically, this is how Google could actually solve the lack of app issue on Wear OS. Which, it's funny because in a second I'm going to say that they don't need to, but we'll get to that. If Google wants to revitalize apps, what they really need to do is basically start a new program. They straight up, like, we will fund developers at least so much, not like pay them off entirely, but we'll give, pitch an app idea. If we think it is viable, likely, that you're capable of delivering on it and everything else, we will give you sort of a starter. And that could be a couple thousand, something like that. Basically just really kickstart development of these apps. And then after the app is actually finished, and if it's anything close enough to what was pitched, pay off some more. Basically give developers a real incentive to get going. And then, this I think will move the needle a lot more. And the total cost, yes, it would cost some money, but the total cost is probably not going to be much more than hiring a couple more developers full-time at Google for a year or two to make apps themselves. Like, honestly, it could be done pretty cheap, and you're getting a bunch of activity from real app developers. It could make a big difference. All that being said, just gotta say, I hate to say this, but watches, so many people just keep saying the same thing. They only really care about the notifications. And the only time that most people want an app is it really for a single tap or couple of taps to access some specific thing. Like smart home stuff. Let's be honest, on my watch, I would actually be happy if I could just put a complication right on my watch that is a single tap of a single thing and let me turn on and off a couple lights in my house.
Yeah.
That's what I want most.
Yeah, like if I'm going back and thinking about it, the apps I've really only ever used on watches were like Google Keep that was really nice, especially whenever I was like in the store. I could just have the, you know, don't have to have the phone open in front of me in the shopping cart. Also, like, you know, when I was in high school, someone was very nice enough to make a web browser for Wear OS that I may have used on some tests. We'll never know.
I believe the word you mean to use is may have used to cheat on some tests.
I wouldn't go that far.
Sorry, study aid.
Yeah.
Oh, Corbin, your mic already. Wow. That happened fast. Android notifications specifically already covers a lot of uses with little to no thought needed from devs. Yeah. I mostly agree the notifications really do solve most of it, but it's that narrow sliver of what else do you want to do on your watch. That's kind of the issue. It's like I said, smart home controls or like automation. I know that some people have talked about this one before. How much do people just want to have like a 1 or 2 tap experience to fire off like a task or activity or something like that?
Yeah.
Like, there are so many little things that I want to be able to do with a watch that I want to do them on a watch or with a watch, but I don't want to have to do like 12 taps. I don't want to have to scroll to find an app. I just want really, really quick access to a few things. And I want to pick which the things those are, which is kind of what also irritates me about tiles, because I don't know if this ever got fixed. I should look, but tiles, you were stuck with a few of them, right?
So Google came out with tiles in like 2019, but they didn't release the official API for apps making them until like this year.
Yeah.
You could now people reverse engineered before that, and there were some apps that had their own tiles, but there wasn't like official good support until this year.
Yeah, which I honestly like. I like Wear, but my God, their approach to opening this stuff up to developers has been abysmal. I really, really want them to be more forward with their stuff. It's sort of like watch faces. Look at how long watch faces were an unofficial thing. It was long enough that they had to like go out of their way to tell watch face developers, hey, you've kind of been breaking our rules all this time, and we sort of looked the other way. Now we've got an official way, and if you don't do what we tell you and switch over to the official way, we're gonna hurt you. That was not a good handling. Yeah, see,
there's a couple of use cases where like I really hope a good tile comes along for the new Wear OS. Like, I really want if this then that to have a tile that I can use to automate stuff. That'd be really cool. I could see I like Spotify's on Tizen. I don't know if this has been ported to the new Wear OS yet, but they have a tile that's separate from like the current playback, so it's more like a widget where I can just go back to what I was listening to immediately, which is handy. Well, actually, that's more like the like being able to go back with the playback notifications on Android 12. Anyway, it's nice. So yeah, there's a couple apps I hope make tiles or apps or something, but it was Hoopy who said the notification system already covers a lot of uses for Wear, which as long as apps have that extra like quick reply support where you can type in the full replies, like it's fine.
Yeah.
Like when I get a notification from Discord on my phone, like I can swipe through the last couple messages just on the watch, and Discord's done nothing to support any of that.
Yeah, well, and plus it makes me miss so much more the original means of stacking notifications in Wear 1.0, because their stacks used to be really nice. It wasn't perfect. There were ways to improve it, but you know, you got a stack of notifications from a single app, and if you wanted to drill down into them, you could. And then when they changed it so it's just every single part of a notification is its own card or segment. Yeah, Gmail screwed that up so much. It just hurt so much with Gmail.
Yeah, Hoopy brought up maybe some hardware could help do assistant parsing online. You know what? I would settle for Google Assistant working at all on Wear. That's almost what I wanted to reply to everyone when they were pointing out that the Watch 4 does not come with Google Assistant, and at this moment you cannot install it. Where I was like, have you seen Assistant on Wear? It barely works. Like I imagine Samsung is just sort of waiting for Google to rewrite it so it's actually functional. I'm sure that's what happened.
Very possibly, yeah.
Yeah, I only had the TicWatch 3 Pro for a couple months, or I only used it for a couple months, and that's the only watch I tried with that Wear 4100 chip in it. And Assistant on that was better, but it still wasn't great. So I just the whole Assistant needs a rewrite on Wear OS, and maybe Google's still working on that. But yeah, so that's why I wasn't like crying over no Assistant. Like, it should be there, but also like it barely worked before.
Yeah.
And compared to Bixby, which like has like a 90% rate, it feels like, of working on my watch. And usually if I'm on my watch, I only really need an assistant to like tell me the weather, or like turn off a light, and Bixby does those. So whatever.
Yeah.
Kirby said Google needs to open APIs for that. If you're talking about assistants, there is a default assistant picker on Wear OS 3 on the Galaxy Watch, but it doesn't seem to do anything yet. Or at least I guess maybe Google's not plugging it into it yet. I did try, Michelle from XD and I tried for a while to do some combination of side loading and ADB commands to make something work. Like I tried installing the Google app from my Fossil watch to the Samsung watch, and that did install, and I was able to open the activity for the settings, but not the activity for searching, because it complained about some library being missing. And then I tried like a leaked Google app for Wear OS 3, and that also, it got farther, but then it wanted to do something on the phone, and that did nothing. So yeah, hopefully Google gets Assistant on there at some point, because it's very weird that that's the first Wear OS / Android Wear watch ever that does not have any form of Google search.
Huh. So Kirby had actually intended to say, wants Discord call support on the Nest Hub Max. Google needs to open APIs for that. No Discord call support, Nest Hub Max, and then got filtered. So yeah, I don't know what is going on. I have not done anything with YouTube settings. I'm not filtering any of what Kirby's saying. Just for some reason, those comments do not seem to make it into chat sometimes. Just from her, I think. I haven't seen anyone else mention it. This, by the way, is part of the advantage of actually having the comments streaming to the screen. So if anyone's posting comments and they're not making it into chat for any reason at all, at least you can kind of tell.
Kirby should send all of her messages in like MD5 hashes, and then we can just decrypt them.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah, I think Kirby's being censored. I think has a lawsuit there, possibly.
I'm gonna stay away from the word censored. Anyway,
I was being sarcastic there.
no, I know, but I was just thinking about the jokes that I could make, and then it's like, no, everything I can say, it's just, it goes down such a terrible
Slowly
political
walk,
rabbit hole.
slowly walk away.
All the political rabbit holes right there.
So anyway, so Wear OS on the Samsung Watch is very weird, but I like Tizen, and this is basically Tizen, so I like this also. And I like it more because I can put, I have a couple apps that grab health data from Google Fit, and now that I can just have Google Fit on this watch, I don't have to do like these. Like I had an app on my phone where it was like taking the app the data collected from Samsung Health and like mirroring it, but that didn't always work. So now I can just have Google Fit on the watch. So that's handy. And of course, any other apps. Once I get mine, I got to do the putting DOSBox on it. Of course, I'm sure recreate that Windows 95 video with that fancy new 5mm Exynos chip that Windows 95 flies. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I did, the day it was announced, I did place an order for the 44mm watch 4, not the classic, just the normal watch. And thankfully Samsung, the one, like there's a 90% chance I was gonna buy it anyway, but I was really holding out to see what the trade-in value on my watch would be, and Samsung is giving me $150 for my watch Active 2, which is pretty good considering I paid $160 for it on Swappa, so that was fine.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, so I'm happy with that. But yeah, so it's a good watch. I'm really interested to see how many of these changes are just going to be in stock Wear OS. Because this is almost like a new version of Android coming out, and AOSP doesn't exist, and the first phone to run it is that year's Galaxy S phone. So there is an Wear OS emulator in Android Studio, and that has like some weird hybrid of like Wear OS 2 and 3, like it's not fully baked yet. So that's not really a good indicator for what the final product will be. And unless Google surprises us with the Pixel Watch, we're not actually going to see what that looks like for a long time, because the first watches that are supposed to get Wear OS 3, which are the Mavoy TicWatch Pro 3 and E3, I think they're getting that in mid to late next year. So we're in for a wait.
Well, I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I've said it before. I would love to see any sort of real tease from Google about the watch. I don't want to see leakers doing this anymore. I really just want to see Google straight up give us just some teaser images or something, just so people know, like, hey, if what you're holding out for is this, we got you. We're coming.
Yeah.
Because right now, nobody has that.
Yeah. So, anyway, so I'm interested to see how that goes, and hopefully they can get Assistant on there soon, because that's really the only thing you're missing compared to every other Wear OS watch. Like all the Samsung things are default, but it's just like a Samsung phone where you can install the Google apps yourself. You can download Keep, you can download Google Fit. I didn't try it, but I'm pretty sure you can install Google Pay. So, it's all there, and it comes with the Play Store and maps and everything.
Yeah. So I don't know. Is there anything else on Wear that you can think of? All right. So I know that it is the dumbest of topics. Sorry, I'm just gonna hijack and transition.
That's fine. Well, I'm here for like 10 or 15 more minutes, so you can have the floor.
Well, that's great because I think you'll appreciate how quick and easy of a topic this one is.
Okay.
But I've seen this come up so much in the last week, and we've obviously had this conversation in Discord, but I feel like let's just have it. The Pixel 6 won't ship with a charger, as in specifically the charging brick. How much do you care about this? Are you in favor? Are you against?
This discussion keeps coming up. My opinion is that, first of all, I hate that this is one of those things where it gets branded as environmentally conscious, which like maybe, but that's not even close to the main motivator. It's just like, this costs us a couple cents, and those cents add up, so we're not going to do it anymore. And the supposed environmental impact is a side effect of that. Yeah. So, I kind of, my eternal opinion on this is, I think they should have an option to redeem a charger for free if you want one, but just by default, sure, don't include in the box. Especially with the, this is less of an issue like the Galaxy Watch. It doesn't have a charger in the box, it just has the cable, because it just has a USB type A connector, and I think everyone on Earth has too many of those adapters, so that's not really an issue. It's just more of an issue with when you get to stuff that has type C on both ends, because that's still relatively new, especially when it's like a phone or a tablet or something that charges faster than like 5 watts, like what most of these cheapo chargers you probably have around the house do. So I think they should let you have one for free, or like heavily discounted, like a couple bucks maybe, just to cover like whatever cost it is to ship it to you. But I don't like the completely removing the option and then just branding it as like we're helping the environment thing, because like the entire smartphone industry is against that idea. Like the entire idea of making the new phone every year and not keeping the old one working for more than 2 years is very anti-environment.
I mean, I will agree with you on that for sure. As far as it goes, okay, so I'll splinter off kind of a bad hypothetical for a second, but let's just say for a second, Rupert Murdoch.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I'm going deep cuts here.
I want to see where this leads.
Let's say for a second, Rupert Murdoch. Okay. He does own some magazines and newspapers, right? Pretty sure.
Yes. I think he might own a few.
Yeah. So let's say for a second that he announces, we are going to stop printing. Period. We're moving full digital. And for whatever reason, he then pops up and says, by the way, it's going to be awesome for the environment. Which, okay, he doesn't do any of his own announcements, but pretend for a second that he decides to pull a Steve Jobs moment and is like, hey, I'm going to stand on stage and cackle out that he's doing this.
Right.
Now, you and I both know this is entirely him saying, hey, we want to save money on printing because printing is just costing us money for no benefit anymore. Mm-hmm. The reality is, it's still freaking great for the environment. Are you begrudging the fact that this was good for the environment? It's done purely out of greed. No one disputes it's done out of greed. Hell, Rupert Murdoch would probably be the first to say, we're going to save like $8 million every year on this.
Right.
Actually, 8 million sounds very low for that. I bet it would probably be closer to like 30 or 40 million. very seriously. But yeah, so what? It's done at a greed, but it still was a good thing. So
Yeah.
just because they're doing it to save some money on what they ship, I don't care. It's still a positive, a net positive, if it's done right. And the if it's done right part I have a problem with, but
Yeah, and there are moves like that where, they're rare under our capitalist system, but there are certain moves where both the company saves money and it's better for the planet. And I guess that the Chargers is one of those things. I think also that the issue people have with this, and I can kind of understand this, but like also I just by nature of my occupation, I get a lot of stuff for free. Is the value argument becomes harder because it's like this phone cost me $700 last year, and it came with the charger and everything else in the box, and now it's like, okay, now I just get the phone. So I can also get, I see that argument come up a lot, and I can kind of understand that too. And yeah, there's just a bunch of smaller variables that add up to people being frustrated. I think they're all good points. Like, oh, this is Type C, so maybe we don't have as many of those chargers. Oh, this has like a faster wired charging that I can't take advantage of unless I spend more money. I think like another peg above that might be like if OnePlus I don't know if they do this, but like if OnePlus decided to sell a phone without a charger in the box, and then you just can't use fast charging because like they have their own whole proprietary thing. So I get yeah. So yeah, my opinion is like I think you should be able to get one either for free or for like the cost of manufacturing, ideally, if you want one. But yeah, I don't generally have a problem with it not being in the box because you probably have a lot of those.
I am against the idea, environmentally speaking, I'm against the idea of like opting to just get one for free, because it's been discussed a million times. Everyone agrees. Even if you have 30 chargers lying in a drawer next to you, you're probably going to click the box to get the free charger too. Just because it's instinct. Everyone does this.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Like, okay, then make it like the cost of manufacturing and shipping. So it's maybe a couple bucks, but okay. So as soon as I said that, I was like, oh wait, this is what grocery stores do everywhere that's not the U.S. Like, it's like, oh, you want the plastic bags? You better pay up.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And in my mind, and I've made this argument a couple of times, what I would rather see happen, my dream scenario, is stop entirely, just stop making basically cheap chargers, get rid of the 5-watt charger that nobody cares about, and everyone has like again like anywhere from a dozen to a few dozen sitting in a drawer. Stop making those. Obviously companies will still make them. I'm not saying that they'll never be made again, but stop trying to include those with any product. Don't make one that is unique to some product. Don't ship one with products unless there's something truly unique going on. Instead, ship the cable. Still ship the cable. That's great. Though even at this point, like, should you ship a USB-A cable or USB-C cable? Even that's a challenge. But here's what I want them to do. If you buy, let's just hypothetically say a Galaxy Fold 3. What I want Samsung to do is then include a voucher or an offer, something like that, and say for $20 or $25, whatever. I'd love to see it be 20 or 25. What we'll do is we'll ship you this other charger that we've made. This other charger we normally charge, let's say, $50, $55, $70 for, and it has 2 to 3 ports on it, all of them at pretty high power, And it has like wireless charging with maybe like a magnetic attachment. So you can take the Galaxy Buds, stick it right against the charger, and it charges wirelessly there. I want one charger that is basically a premium charger. Make it available for pretty cheap when you buy the phone, and otherwise it's an expensive charger. This answers all the questions about cost. This makes it a perk when you buy the phone. You can get a new, really good charger with it. Not everyone's going to... or when you buy a new phone, you're not necessarily going to say... sorry, let me restart that. If you bought the phone last year and you buy a new phone this year, or maybe even next year, if the charger hasn't really changed or improved in any appreciable way, you're not going to spend the extra $20 buying a new one. Unless you needed a new one for some reason. This, to me, solves all of these things. Plus, you now have a charger that is useful for more than one device. Every charger should be shipping with more than one port on it. This is something, it blows my mind this is not already just standard. To me, this solves the problems.
That's my I actually have it over here.
Let's see.
Turn off my... This is... I got this like a year or two ago, and it's my favorite. It's one of Anchor's things, but it's like this is the PowerPort Atom 3, and the USB-C. I think this is 30 watts or something. So, like it's fine for like So it's got the Type C and the Type A. So, I've used this. This works great with my Dell XPS, which is apparently picky with Type C chargers, but this works. Works with the phone, works with the tablet. Thankfully, Samsung stopped being a bitch and mostly supports USB power delivery. And I've got the other port I usually use is for like my watch, or I've got like the battery plugged into this that I'll run overnight. But yeah, I love these things. And I saw Anchor just came out with a new one. I did a deal post for it on XDA, where it goes up to, I think, 65 watts, and it's smaller than this, and it has 2 USB Type-C ports, which is pretty nice.
Very nice.
They don't do 65 watt both at the same time, though, which kind of sucks. But you don't want it to catch on fire.
Yeah, and I can understand there are going to be some things that, you can't necessarily give equal power to everything. There might be like a primary port and a secondary port, but okay, I'm fine with this.
Yeah, and it never mattered to me. Like, I'm not trying to charge my Switch and my laptop at full speed.
Yeah,
most of the time. Like I'll just give you, like, every time I go down to Georgia at my mom's house, I just bring this, and every night I'll just have the phone plugged in, the Type C, and the watch and the Type A. It's fine. It's all charged in an hour.
Yeah, and that is part of it. If you're just charging like one heavy duty device and then one lighter weight device, or honestly, a lot of times you don't even really need full charge speed. You just need to get enough power to it that it can charge over, let's say, while you're sleeping. If you can accomplish this, you're golden. And this is a good charger, and bonus, if it has multiple ports, you also are saving yourself from having to bring like power strips or things like that. I mean, I literally travel, my travel bag has 2 mini power strips in it, because I can't count how many times I've gone to hotel rooms and been able to access one outlet. And I'm sitting there like, hey, cool, I need to plug in my laptop, phone, 3 other devices. Oh, here's my watch. Chances are I might even have to unplug a lamp in order to plug in some of this stuff. Like, these are real problems when you hit some hotel rooms. And you can't work like that. So,
which is also why, like the other, which is why the other travel hack is just to always bring like a power brick with you, Because like inevitably you'll get to those stupid hotel rooms where the only outlets are like in the worst possible place, and also there's two things plugged into it, and you can't unplug one of them.
I don't have it within reach, and I'm honestly not quite sure exactly where it's sitting right now. But in addition to the 2 mini power strips, I also happen to have an extension cable. And it's a low profile extension cable, one of those that where it plugs in and sticks out at it flush against the wall as opposed to sticking straight out. Yeah, I cannot even begin to count how many times I have needed all of this stuff in hotel rooms. Also at conferences. I have been very popular at conferences just because like they stick outlets every like 20 or 30 seats, and I'm the one who's like, all right, who needs to plug in? Half, everyone's hands go up, and it's like,
everyone get in line.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna take one outlet for this, and then I plug in like the, it's technically a fire hazard. You're not supposed to do it, but yeah, this chain link of all these other things, and everyone there is like, yeah, this is bad, but we're all getting in on it.
If there's a fire, we're all going down. So anyway, this RambleCast is sponsored by Anchor, and you can use coupon code Cody at checkout to get $5 off the new PowerPort.
Hoopy just actually linked.
I wish.
Hoopy actually linked an Anchor charger.
I would 100% chill for Anchor. Like if they send me email say we want to do ads on Techno, I'm like, hell yeah. The entire episode will be an ad for Anchor.
Yeah, actually I can't think of anything I've had from Anchor that was bad. So I think I would chill for Anchor too.
Yeah.
So hey Anchor, yo.
Anchor, where you at?
Money please.
Slide into my DMs, and also send me more chargers. I want the they make some really weird stuff too, like some stuff that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Like I saw they every once in a while I'll see something of theirs pop up on sale, and they have these chargers where it looks like this, like just the normal wall plug, but it's a battery. So it's like this form factor, but then you can take it out and use it as a battery, which is silly, but it's amusing.
Funny enough, I don't know where it is anymore. I have something that is about that size, and it is a whole Wi-Fi hotspot. It seriously, it is designed to be able to connect.
I remember the Airport Express code.
No. This is not that.
Yeah.
I forget who made it, though. I want to say it might have been Anchor. Anyway, yeah, it would connect to another Wi-Fi connection, and then it was its own Wi-Fi router for you. So, plus it had built in a battery and a couple of ports. I think it also had like I could be wrong, but I think it also had like a USB card reader, or sorry, micro SD. Wait, micro
SD.
No, actually, it might have been regular SD. Anyway, whatever. It had, I'm pretty sure, a card reader in it.
Everything but the kitchen sink.
Yes, but oh my god, I got it because I got it because it was basically the hack to get through Wi-Fi on hotels where they're like, you get it on one device. Mm-hmm. No, I don't. I'm getting it on multiple.
Yeah.
Better believe I'm getting it on multiple. You didn't ask for it, but that's how it's happening. I used to live out of hotel rooms for a while, just for either contracting work or having to go to events. It came up a lot. It was a must do, so I got pretty good at carrying random little gadgets. This is one of the reasons why I kept looking at Stadia and saying, hey, this would be really cool for if you need to spend a bunch of time in a hotel room and you don't want to carry a freaking Xbox with you in your bag,
or worry about getting robbed, because having a PS5 is incredibly valuable right now.
telling me.
Someone will definitely break into your car if they see that in there.
Meanwhile, if they see that you've got Stadia, they'll be like, nah, this guy, no.
I feel bad for him.
They'll see in your passenger seat, they'll see your laptop and sitting on top of it is a Stadia controller, and they're like, nah, he's got enough problems.
He's fallen on some hard times.
He's had it hard enough.
Yeah.
Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez. The harsh burns against Stadia, but I still like Stadia.
It's okay.
It's not
We can
perfect.
make fun. We can make fun of the things we like. No one said that's not allowed. Speaking of things I like, I have pizza coming, so I'm gonna go.
Oh, pizza. Oh god, pizza sounds really good. I'm actually hungry. I had lunch. Okay. I guess it was about 3 hours ago, but
yeah, I used my Domino's gift cards because like every like month or so, Newegg does a thing where it's like you can get like a $25 gift card from like 3 places, and they'll give you an extra $5 credit. So I just get like, you know, a little bit of free pizza. $5 doesn't pay for a whole pizza, but some amount of it is free. So that's when I stock up. So yeah. So anyway, I'm gonna go now, so I can go tape a $5 bill to the door for whoever delivers it.
that sounds sketchy, but okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, thanks for coming, everyone. I won't be on any. If Cody does a live stream, assuming Oregon hasn't just devolved into complete chaos by then, I won't be on the next 2 because the next one I'm going to be on vacation, and then the one after that I'm going to have just returned, so I'll probably be too dead to do it. Yeah, so
Yes, Corbin will not be surviving the next 2 weeks.
because I'm coming back on like the probably the 3rd. I don't know when. I guess the 29th or 30th, and then I have to go back and pick up my dog from my mom's house. So that's a whole drive by itself. So yeah.
Okay, well, I'll tell you what. I'll remember to skip you next week. I will ping you I'll ping you the following week, day of. And if you find that you're in the mood for it, cool. Mm-hmm. If not, well, they will just have to endure me alone for 2 solid weeks.
Terrible
Possibly
fate.
3, because there's also that possibility you'll just be like in head down working your ass off mode because you just
that's
not making money.
Equally as possible. Yes. Okay. All right. Well, goodbye. I'll see you all later.
Take it easy, man. Okay, so oh yeah, Austin, little just a second late though. He may have seen that. All right, let's see. Oh, Kirby's gonna be podcasting on the 29th. That is a Sunday. All right. Let's see. Totally unrelated, but I just remembered, and I opened a tab so I would actually pay attention to this. I need to do an order before the end of today. If anyone hasn't heard about this, I will dig it up. This totally does not matter in any way for much else, but there's a deal with B&H right now. Let's see. Yeah, here it is. It is $75 off a purchase of $375, and it involves using PayPal. So I'll paste that link into the chat. So yeah, if you can find something that adds up to $375 or more, you can get $75 off, which, all things considered, that's pretty good. Wait a second. This page now says that it expires on the 25th. It was expiring on The 18th before. That's neat. So maybe I don't have to do that purchase today. I still might. Because that's just enough of a discount that it interests me. I guess that's what, a 20% discount? Not bad. And if I can actually find stuff that's worth that, I will. But yeah, anyway, so it is possible they extended it. I'm not totally sure. But yeah, anyway, if only the 5A was sold at B&H. Is it not? Like, legitimate question? Because I know B&H has sold Pixels in the past. Looks like, well, they've got entries for the 4A. I bet the 5A just isn't on there yet. Nope. That kind of sucks. But, I mean, they do definitely have the 4A. So, yeah, I bet they just won't have the 5A until after the deals are over. Oh, exclusive to Google Store. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah. That's rough. Well, hey, there's always True Wireless buds. There's always other phones. There's, I don't know what else. To be fair, B&H is one of those companies, to me, like the things I'm interested in, holy crap, I want so much stuff from B&H all the time. I want tons and tons of stuff from B&H. For, I think, a lot of average, or I shouldn't say average, but I think most people would look at B&H and be like, yeah, we want like 5 things out of here. It's not interesting to most people. Wow, they actually have an incredible discount on a Geoin Crane 2S. If I didn't literally have that gimbal sitting just barely as out of arm's reach right now, I would almost want to get this. I actually have some neat looking messenger bags for like almost half off. Damn. Curvy, you've got some ANC True Wireless earbuds. Oh, and Hoopy mentions TV. Legitimately, yes, they do sell TVs. So speaking of True Wireless buds, I've mentioned this before, but I have the OnePlus Buds Pro that I'm going to be reviewing. Due to embargo, I cannot talk about them yet, so that's a thing. Let's see, I have also just found out, and as far as I can tell, there is no embargo on discussing it, though I don't have them yet, so I can't actually discuss them. I'm also going to be reviewing let me pull up the page for it, if I can find it. Alright, and get the right window capture going. I'm also going to be reviewing the Klipsch T52 True Wireless buds, which are pricey AF. A solid $300 pair of buds. But from what I understand, they are incredibly good. Or at least the previous generation was. So I'm looking forward to trying these out too. And in theory, I may also be reviewing the Razer earbuds that are just coming out. And those, I still don't know for sure if I'll be getting those. That one technically is still up in the air. The PR agent for Razer has not actually confirmed yet if they will have review units to send. So we'll see what's going on. Yeah, somehow out of the blue, I went from not reviewing wireless earbuds at all to I may now be the guy who reviews wireless earbuds at Android Police. No idea how that happened, except Corbin left and I think no one else wants to. Anyway, weird how those things go, but that is the way they go. will the OP buds be my first ANC buds? As a matter of fact, they will be. They won't be my first true wireless buds. They will be my first ANC buds. So, yeah, I was honestly kind of hoping that I would have the Razer buds. When I originally agreed to them, they are also ANC, as are these Klipsch buds. I was hoping that I would have the Razer buds before the embargo for the OnePlus buds, because that way I would have another point of comparison. And the Klipsch buds are supposed to be coming to me very quickly, so I doubt it will happen, but there's a chance I'll be able to have those as a point of comparison. However, yeah, I unfortunately, I think the OP buds will I will be doing a review right before I have something to compare them to in terms of true wireless buds with ANC. I do have another pair of headphones with, I believe, yeah, they have ANC, but they're old enough now that I would say it's definitely like a full true generation back. The ANC is just not as good. Plus, they are actual headphones. They are not buds. So, let's see. Also, Austin said, Cody, you have a gimbal problem. I disagree. I do not have a gimbal problem at all. I have several. But in all seriousness, I have multiple smartphone gimbals. Those were all sent to me for review. And I only have one camera gimbal, which, fine, I'll actually reach for it. It is, let's see, I guess I should transition for that one. It's this giant here. It is a beast. It holds a full camera, but this is the only gimbal that I have that can do that. Anyway, let's see. Oh, and Kirby Mermaid. Yeah, no, believe me, I would like to get those. The terribly named Sony headphones, but yeah, do not have. It would be nice. Carson, who reviewed the Nothing Buds? AP. Nothing Buds. I'm not. Did we actually review those? Oh, I guess we did. Looks like Scott. So they're actually kind of neat looking in a weirdly terrible way. I do dig the case though. That is a neat looking case. I can imagine it looking cheap, but I think it also kind of looks cool. Anyway, Hoopy. Cody has a gimbal problem, but B&H has a gimbal solution. Yeah, which, by the way, one of these days, it occurs to me, so, this goes back a while. I previously talked about Amazon and how he's going to start putting affiliate links in, for Amazon stuff. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. Not in the way I was discussing, for entirely reasons that Amazon will kick you out of the program for doing what I was talking about doing. I don't think B&H will do that, so I might actually start linking to B&H and Adorama for some stuff. I will also have Amazon links, but it's all going to have to go through a webpage. And I do have that on my list of things to do. So one of these days I will be sharing that stuff. It's just not today. Let's see, who did the Pixel A buds? I bet that was Scott also. We'll just search Pixel buds. Yeah, there we go. Michael. Oh wait, no, that's the announcement post. My mistake. Why did I not read title? Taylor, okay. The $99 yeah, the $99 Pixel Buds A series make the $179 model irrelevant. That is quite the statement, and I completely imagine it's true. Because, yeah, I just did not hear great things about the Pixel Buds. Let's see. ANC headphones are just too bassy. Why you got the Sony ANC Buds. No, that makes sense. Because, let's be honest, a lot of ANC, really, they try to bury outside audio by just sort of rattling your eardrums so you won't hear stuff. It's not really hiding, or it's not really canceling the noise, it's just hiding it. And I get that. And, yeah, I'm going to refrain from saying anything about the OP Buds for reasons. But you feel free to optionally read the review. It's up to you. But you probably may not need to. Wow. You know, this is not really a valuable take, but it occurs to me as I look at the Pixel A Buds, or Pixel Buds A series. They're ugly. Google really should have made these things look better. Like, they're buds, so who super cares? But man, wait, artifacting really is these? I'm not seeing. Stream health looks good on this end. I'm not getting any messages. So, Kirby, is it just you getting artifacting on my stream? Is it something else? Is it only when I move the web page, or is it other stuff? And is anyone else getting artifacting? I'm just curious. Not that I think I can... Oh, the green screen. Yeah. Well, the green screen is something that I can absolutely fix this if I can set up different lighting. Which I can do, I just don't have the lighting to set up for it. Or, well, I kind of can't, it's a long story. But yeah, I don't really have the right setup for now to light the screen properly. But it wouldn't take too much, I just have to get some things moved around to make it happen. Okay, let's see. But yeah, so technically not artifacting. It's the green screen keying not being very good. And it is unfortunately about as good as I can get it, which sucks. I was tinkering with the settings earlier, which you saw, and it's better, but it doesn't really solve it. The only way I can really solve it beyond this is to make my own body kind of go out of view, and obviously that's not a great answer. Let's see, Carson, I honestly think they look cleaner than the Nothing Buds. I mean, they look cleaner, but they're boring. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that they're... Well, okay, so as I look at it, what really stands out to me is really the gray looks ugly. I think the gray is a bad color for the buds. The white is good. I'm down with the white. I think that's a solid option. It just occurred to me, nowhere does he show the buds with them in ears. Suddenly I'm very curious about this because I haven't looked at AP's earbud reviews so much. Okay, so at least we do have pictures of them in someone's ear. So good, because I was definitely going to take pictures in ear, and I did not know if that was going to be like a thing that we're not supposed to do. Because people at AP generally shy away from pictures of other people being in reviews. But yeah, anyway, let's see. All right. Austin said, think they have the best case, which... Oh, if you're saying the Pixel Buds have the better case, yes, that I agree with. The Pixel Buds case is definitely better. Just because it is... I mean, it is simple. It's something that it... Let's see, does it even carry branding? I guess we can't see the back of the case, but... I see no branding on the case, which is already something I'm happy about. Let's try. Maybe the Google Store actually shows. Let's see. Yeah, here we go. I'm very curious about this because to me, not having branding on a case is actually kind of a big deal. I respect companies that do not force their branding onto literally any and every product. But I want to see the other side of the case. Show me the other side of the case. Alright. They do not show it either. No branding? Okay. Poopy ear reveal win. I mean... Should I tease with the... That's gonna get so weird so fast. I know they have wiki feet. Do they have wiki ears? And please, if anyone knows the answer to that, do not tell me. I think I'm actually happier in a state of bliss, in fact, not knowing the answer to this. Alright, anyway. It's funny, actually, that there's so much talk about the ears, because while, yes, I am currently wearing the beanie over the ears, most of, like, last year, I actually wore it this way. Like, so it wrapped over the ear. I guess technically I can transition, so there we go. I technically wore it like this, so it was always over the ear. I just happened to have headphones on most of the time, but yeah, currently I'm being lazy. It's hovering over the ear just cause. This beanie is like as transparent to audio as possible, so it doesn't matter if it's between me and the headphones. It has zero impact on what I can hear. Carson, hate clear plastic stuff. Okay, that I totally get. The clear plastic, like I said, that's why I made the comment. This could look cheap, but it's hard to tell. Because clear plastic has that tendency to sometimes be super cheap, other times it's actually really nice. Diablo Wiki Knees is... Part of me thinks you're kidding. I'm 100%... Wait. Oh my god. Okay. WikiKnees does exist, and it redirects to Twitch. Someone named Aaron Stevie. What the hell? That is hilarious. Also, clever. Pick some random site that just because and redirect it. That's smart. Actually, cheers to her. She did the right thing with that. I'm just curious, does the About section possibly reference this in any way, shape, or form? And this girl, as far as I can tell, is not... Yeah, she's not doing anything weird with it, so I'm not actually worried about opening this up on stream. So quickly transition, pause the video because we don't need it. Aaron Stevie. Welcome to my internet house. I'm Aaron, a full-time semi-pro variety streamer, actor, and host. My streams include, but are not limited to, endless rants of love for my community, glitch hunting, solve-worthy story-based games, lots of coffee, and an abundance of weirdness. Thanks for stopping by. I gotta admit, I'm very curious about the Wikinies thing, but that's cool. Cheers to her. She has an emote. Interesting. They're playing The Last of Us 2 right now. Wish I could do that. Oh, Diablo, you moderate for that? Nice. That's okay. So you're secretly shilling. I see how it goes. Let's see. Anyway, she's about to finish the game before Cody resumes. Yeah, I know. I will be getting back to it this weekend because the temperatures they're not great, but they're acceptable. The weather will actually be tolerable again. For reference, we'll zoom in on this a little bit. Just a little bit. Make sure I'm not doxing myself. And yeah, so yeah, Saturday's gonna be 79, Sunday's 79. This I can work with. I am okay with 79. It's not awesome, but it's not bad. Let's see. Oh, their channel's hosting another channel that's playing. Okay. I mean, that doesn't really change too much, but still. Yeah. Oh, you have rain in Houston? Well, earlier conversation in another channel mentioned the rain going on in the East Coast and the flooding that they're having, which, holy crap, is terrible. Meanwhile, we're still having wildfires all over the state, and we can't seem to catch a break. But they're getting so much rain they could put out any fire. I'm just saying, can we please? Oregon, where's our rain? I say this knowing full well I'm probably going to regret it later as we get like flooding probably later this year, but I mean one would like, you know, let's get back to clean air. Let's get back to what Oregon weather is supposed to be. Seattle not getting rain. Fun fact, Seattle actually doesn't get as much rain as Portland does. At least not usually. For whatever reason, Seattle just really got that reputation. Yeah. Let's see. Did I miss any comments? Really quick, just scrolling up. Carson said, hate the clear plastic stuff, which, yeah. I get it. I think the Kate... Okay, so what I was getting at, I guess, is with the Pixel Bud Series A, or A Series, sorry. That's such a bad name. I just don't like that they are I think the buds themselves are boring looking and kind of ugly. But the case, I think, looks better. Looking at the Nothing Buds, I think the case actually... Ooh. Now looking at this image, yeah, that case is ugly. I mean, yes, that's without the buds in it, but that case is ugly that way. But the buds themselves, I think... Are all these pictures going to focus on the... Oh, hey, look at that. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. I kind of feel like I like the Nothing Buds look a little bit more, just because. Oh, hey. Hoopy, thank you for the pictures in the RambleCast chat room of the Pixel Buds case. Technically not the A case, but oh, they're identical. Okay. Yeah, that was really fast. Let's see. You slide him with the with the charger. I'm guessing B-Slida might be listening to an older part of the stream right now. Let's see. Pay a little more for the convenience and getting a known brand. Oh, yeah. But yeah, anyway. So... that looked interesting. Okay, anyway, yeah. So... I don't know. I feel like the Pixel Buds series, a series. Why is their name bad? The Pixel Buds A. That's what I'm calling them from now on. The Pixel Buds A, I think, look boring. That's the big complaint. I don't know. They just look uninteresting as earbuds go. The Nothing Buds, I think, look just at least more interesting than not. Let's see. Anyway, so getting back down to current comments. Austin was flooding pretty bad. The city, not the person. Though I don't know. Austin could have been flooding as well. The clear case, Diablo. The clear case makes me think of like a glasses repair kit. I can kind of see that, yeah. By the way, not that this is super interesting or that anyone's going to care a whole lot, but I have, and yes, I still have the plastic on it because I'm going to take the plastic off immediately before taking photos of it. But I actually have a OnePlus 9 here. Going to be taking pictures of the OnePlus Buds Pro using this phone. Or not using the phone to take the pictures, but the phone will be a prop with the pictures along with testing some stuff, and et cetera, et cetera. So I'm actually going to be trying out my first OnePlus phone. I'm sure many of you are super excited by this. Let's see. Was there any other stuff of note? Austin, nice. Always flooding in debt, depression, and USB cables. That almost seems like a Twitter bio. Okay, anyway, let's see. What were some of the other topics? Diablo brought up so much stuff earlier. May as well hit a few of these. So, the first gen Nest Hub should now be getting its Fuchsia update. Which, yeah, this has happened how many times now? I'm assuming that they probably started rolling it out and just kept running into bugs or issues and decided, hey, maybe we need to fix this stuff before it goes. Anyway, that's kind of neat. I feel like we've talked this one kind of to death, but I guess I'm glad to see CastOS sort of, or whatever we were gonna call it. I'm kind of glad to see that we finally that this is finally happening. It needed to happen. It's good that they're getting onto that. The Timo breach. What else is there to say about the Timo breach? And do I already have a tab open for that? I don't think so. Nope, not that one, not that one. Okay, I do not have a tab open for it. We'll pretend oh, I guess I can just go up to general and grab something from there. Scroll up. It will come up somewhere very shortly. I'm almost, hey, there it is. Hoopy has something to say. Go on. Like, I'm curious. What is your take on this? Because To me, at this stage, I feel like I've already kind of said my piece on this, which is basically companies have to be more aware of how they're building their systems, because for those who don't know, this has become kind of a common topic in programming, or rather more database design. There's an easy solution. There's actually a really easy solution to this. You build two completely separate databases, one with credit card numbers and a reference number. That's it. You build a second database that is disconnected from the first. That one contains a reference number and the rest of the information you need in order to access a credit card. And in theory, you can actually split this up even more. And these are really effective ways of keeping a leak contained. And you, even if someone can break in and get one piece of your data, they cannot break in and get the rest of it. Honestly, if someone breaks in and just gets a bunch of, let's say, customer names and addresses, who cares? That's stuff that the phone book has. Technically, the only relevant detail is that they are T-Mobile customers. Big whoop. Who cares? Totally irrelevant. But as it goes, when you have a bunch of data all locked in one single body, if someone breaks into it, you get everything. That's it. I'm sure they did. Like, there's no question in my mind they got all of what T-Mobile has in their database, because they already confirmed it. And it's not like they have separate databases for separate customers. Because there was all this talk about like, they're not sure how many customers were affected yet. Here's a hint. All of them. Anytime a company says we're not sure how many people's records were taken, there's only one reason why they might not know. If somebody were there and noticed that their database was being dumped in like a multi-gigabyte dump, at which point somebody was like, oh hey, we don't know what to do, and someone else is like, yeah you do, unplug the freaking network cable. That's what you do. You shut it all down until you can fix the hole. That's the only way you cannot be sure how many accounts were affected. Otherwise, it's simple. You select all. And anyone who technically selects star, but anyone who knows databases, you know what I'm saying. You run an SQL command and find out how many records are in there. That's how many people's records were stolen. Nobody steals just part of a database. It's simple. This is so infuriatingly stupid to even have those types of announcements. Anyway, so let's see. Awesome. My carrier done gave away all my data. No kidding. They renamed Casey's Arena the Sprint Center to the T-Mobile Center, which sounds so much worse. I'm so mad about it. Yeah, I get that. Sprint Center just is a better name. I actually genuinely agree with that. What team plays there? Just college stuff? Okay. Also, maybe they shouldn't collect driver's licenses and social security numbers from people who aren't financing phones. Yeah, I think I agree on that. It's possible that they might be doing it for anyone who buys a phone, just in the sense that it might be a security issue. And if you are possibly, if you have a plan at all, they might need it, just because not every, even though Okay, so they might actually do it. Here's one reason they legitimately might do it. If somebody opens an account and let's say that they're late paying their bill, I think most carriers actually let you be late, which effectively means that you are now borrowing money from them. In the sense of, like, if you're late paying your bill, like you're not prepaid, you have not paid ahead anymore. Therefore, you now have, or you are now technically in debt to them for the following month in which you are now late and owe late fees. So they might collect it for that reason. So it's not about buying the phone, it's actually just having the service. But yeah, whether or not they keep it all together, that's a separate issue. They should definitely not be doing that. Let's see. Real quick, getting back onto the correct thing. Okay. All right. Austin, again, the 2014 Open SSH. Yeah. Like I said, holier than a priest. That's so bad. Now people can just match the Coinbase breach with a T-Mobile breach and you get free Bitcoin. That's a terrifyingly very plausible thing. Yikes. Yeah, but seriously, people, change your passwords on a regular basis. It's a good practice. Invent new passwords, use randomized passwords. Anything that is super long, complicated, and does not resemble human speech, it's probably a good idea. Oh my god. T-Mobile, why are you this way? Why? You don't have to be. That being said, as I know others will say, and I agree, it's not like AT&T, Verizon, US Cellular, or anyone else is really that much better. You know they've all been leaked. Hoopy, take it easy. Good having you by. But yeah, everyone knows that all of these companies have been broken into at some point or another, and some of them are just way less willing to admit to it. So that part, I totally agree. It's entirely true. It doesn't change the fact that, yeah, I think they're still being better about it. T-Mobile has had so many security issues. They need to just straight up hire someone whose only job is to go in there and say, have you fixed this? Have you done that? You haven't? I'm going to do nothing but harp on you until you do. You need to do it. If you don't, we're firing people and hiring new people fresh out of college who are not as stupid as you, who have more experience than you, obviously, and possibly, hopefully, smell better. I don't know why I'm assuming that there are T-Mobile employees that smell really badly, but I am. It's a thing. Deal with it. Let's see. So yeah, I don't know. I just don't see that being a good thing. All right. Let's see. What other stuff do I need to close? Oh, you know what I'll look at that later. Okay. Yeah, and audited their employees working on security is needed seriously. Yes. Also willing to work for less money. I mean, a lot of college students are willing to work for less money, but let's be fair. At this point, the way a lot of companies have behaved, I kind of think a lot of them just they're trying to pay experienced people a lot less these days. So whether you're coming out of college or you've got 15 years experience, chances are you're not making that much different money anymore, and not for the same job. Okay, so I just noticed, looking back at the RambleCast chat room, I saw Diablo had put in 2 emotes, and I didn't really think much of it for a second, and I just noticed that they were from the Wikimese girl. Anyway, let's see. T-Mobile will just ask the interns to figure it out. Suddenly, I'm picturing T-Mobile commercials, where I swear T-Mobile had a bunch of commercials that had like interns or maybe it was just like sales floor people, something like that. They all looked like they were fresh out of college. Maybe I'm thinking of a Verizon commercial instead. Anyway, I do remember something about them having to solve weird problems or something. I really don't remember which carrier this is, but some part of me is picturing T-Mobile now. Anyway, so let's see, what else do we have? Because I don't know that there's a lot more to say on T-Mobile. It's just they gotta fix this. Like, these are bad. This is bad press. Also, okay, one last thing, and I know it's the same thing I said in Discord, but T-Mobile, if you're listening, because we all know your network is mediocre, but if you can hear me, do not offer a free year of credit tracking as a means of apology for your screw-ups. It is not okay. You cannot make it go away doing this. You should never try to make it go away doing this. It is offensive. It is bad. And everybody, well, when I say everyone, I know, I mean honestly like 1% of people, but everybody knows you're only doing it to make referral cash from those companies. Stop it. Stop. You're evil. You're bad. You're not a good carrier anymore. And yeah, I know they already did it. I'm just mocking that. No, yeah, I definitely knew that they did that. We did talk about this in Discord, so yeah, it was a thing. Let's see, anyway. Diablo, for sure Microsoft is using interns on fixing their current school nightmare. Microsoft uses interns for a lot of stuff. But Google does it more. I know Google has had interns working on actual shipping code several times. Let's see. They offered. Oh, it was 2. Was it 2 years of McAfee? Let's see. T-Mobile says it'll send alerts to affected individuals shortly, along with the somewhat rote offer of free service with McAfee ID theft protection. Yeah, T-Mobile also recommends customers change their PINs, even if they aren't part of the most seriously affected group. Jeez. SMH. Anyway. Still unacceptable. Diablo. Microsoft is also doing culpable negligence, but their new motto is vulnerable by design. I mean, half of their pitch with Windows 11 is the whole, hey, you have to run it on really secure hardware, even though it's not really going to make a difference and it's not that secure, and actually it doesn't really require it, but we're going to say it requires it because that's what we do. Yeah, no, I'm not a fan of this at all. Oh, hey, I don't like this. I just noticed that Gmail, at least on my work account, now has the activity selector for Hangouts. So whether or not you're active, do not disturb, or away, yeah, that is now there. I'm just gonna set that as a way, because no one needs to know when my laptop is open, because that's basically 100% of the time. Austin, you had no trouble porting your lines today. You'd think that T-Mobile would have had a manual review. Honestly, I don't. Here's the thing. Yes, I can imagine them having this, but I don't know that a manual review would really make a difference. In all honesty, like, what are they accomplishing? I suppose maybe if they identified some trend where, like, all of a sudden a bunch of people were moving to other cities, especially a particular city or something like that. Or if, I don't know, I can imagine a bunch of scenarios, but the fact of the matter is that what are they going to do? Like, they have to let you go, and I don't think that their manual reviews are going to be of much value at this stage. Also, they might just be understaffed. It's entirely possible at this stage T-Mobile just does not have the staff to handle a huge movement of people. Let's see. Anyway, yeah. So I'm gonna sidestep to other topics, because I feel like if I keep going on this, it's just gonna be a whole bunch of face palms, basically, over T-Mobile's terrible behavior. Let's see. Awesome. SMS second factor authentication before you change SIMs. Do they not have that already? I'm not even kidding. Is that not a thing? Carson, why Afghanistan? Why? We'll see. We might make it there. No, anyway, I figured I'd go to the next most controversial thing. Elon Musk. Well, technically Tesla, but yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot to say on this. Maybe you guys have more to add, but I will just say, no, they have no security barriers. T-Mobile, what are you doing? Anyway, yeah, so Teslas. Like I said, I don't have a lot to say here. I think common sense dictates this is one of those things that was inevitably going to happen. There are going to be some accidents. There were always going to be some investigations. What was the timeline here, actually? 11 crashes since 2018. Total of 17 injuries and 1 death. Honestly, I thought it was going to be worse than this. Oh, hey, I just noticed a big ass problem with this. Okay, we will get in. Actually, here's that implementation problem territory. Okay, so really quick, Austin, no, Verizon let me port in with just phone number, T-Mobile account number, and PIN, all things that were leaked. Yeah, that's not good. Yep, they definitely should be doing, hey, honestly, yes, they should be doing some sort of two-factor authentication. Honestly, I thought that was a thing now. I honestly thought everyone had that. And I thought everyone did it automatically. I didn't think that there was automatic porting, unless, like, you could show your phone was lost or something. At which point you'd have to actually, like, prove something. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, on Tesla. Honestly, that's 11 crashes since 2018. So, I don't know what time in 2018, but if we're counting the whole year, That means in almost 4 years, maybe it's closer to the end of 2018, in which case it'd be 3 years. I mean, we're talking basically like 3 crashes a year. 3 crashes per year. That's really good. Regular people have a much higher rate of crashing than this. This is actually spectacular by comparison. Just in my little area, I remember this. Just last year, I believe there were 2 with emergency vehicles. The year before, there was a bunch, at like actually an unusually high number. And we're talking my tiny little area. Population doesn't matter. Like, we are not even relevant in a voting capacity. And we've had more crashes in the last 3 years than Teslas across the entire country. Jesus Christ. Yeah, okay. I mean, yes, have an investigation, absolutely, but holy crap, is this the... This is scary stupid. That this is being pegged as a, oh my god, you might have to recall all your vehicles. I'm getting mad. Anyway, so I know it's with the autopilot engaged. Obviously, there shouldn't be any of these crashes. One thing I'm going to say that stands out to me is from the 2 paragraphs down on this Ars Technica post, it mentions in each of the 11 crashes, Teslas have hit first responders' vehicles that have been parked and marked with flashing lights, flares, illuminated arrow boards, or road cones. What strikes me is how easy it would be to screw with Tesla vehicles. If someone wants to screw with them by doing exactly this, by simulating a lot of this stuff, by putting various things in the road that will look possibly like cones, arrow boards, maybe flares, whatever. Like, there's so many ways you could probably trigger a car into thinking it sees this stuff. Even like red laser pointers. Imagine pointing a bunch of red laser pointers just at random Teslas coming by and just watch them suddenly like lurch to a stop and slow down. I'm just saying that this may not be something that is perfectly solvable. Anyway, yeah, I look at this, yes, absolutely try to fix it, try to improve it, but oh my god, this is not that bad. I mean, it sucks that there were accidents at all, and maybe they've got another way of fixing it somehow. I'm not sure, but yikes. Did you see the thing where a setting sun is registered as a yellow light and autopilot slows down? Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, and that's the thing. False positives. Sometimes the false positive can also be more dangerous than the thing it's supposed to fix. Thankfully, it's not as much of an East Coast problem. I guess. Diablo, yeah. A setting sun, if it's in a certain part of the sky, and just kind of depending on circumstance, it can trigger the Tesla to think it's seeing a yellow light. It does slow down. Eventually, if I remember correctly, doesn't it only slow down for just a few seconds and then it realizes something's up and then it speeds back up or something like that? I'm not sure if I heard that correctly, but I think it was only a temporary confusion, but it might repeat itself a few times, something like that. Funny enough, I think that's probably something they might be able to fix. Because, I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world, but I bet if they can detect the direction the sun should be and where it should be in the sky, they could probably start applying some other heuristic to figure out what other things it needs to look for in order to find a light. What I would worry about is that at this stage, again, there are going to be so many people trying to find ways to screw with Teslas. Which is why I also think we probably need to have some sort of method for broadcasting. Not just that there is a light, but I think a lot of lights are going to need to start broadcasting a signal that indicates basically where you are, what you're doing, or sorry, where you are and what a light is doing. That way you're not just dependent on visual representation, you also should have some sort of data that tells you, like directly broadcast data that tells the car, hey, here's what's happening. Let's see, Diablo, can't wait till we're all on the same system and the grid just powers all our drive. Like iRobot. Yeah, no, I agree. Believe me, I was actually, I was kicking around an idea a number of years back that one of the things that would be really neat is if cars move to like an all-electric system, one of the things that would be fantastic is the hypothetical, could they, instead of charging at just dedicated places, could they possibly connect to part of the road and start behaving sort of like cable cars? Cable cars or subways or anything like that where electricity is what's driving it, because that would be neat as hell. I mean, really, obviously it wouldn't work in the country or anything like that, but imagine you get into a city and then you just let the city basically take over. The neat part about that is if the city is also given enough kind of control over this, you could basically just hand over steering to the city, and the city can manage the flow of traffic. And if it does a bunch of what is effectively load balancing, you would never have accidents again. The city could literally prevent accidents. How great would that be? I'm very in favor of this being the future. Frankly, I hope I live long enough to see it, because the way our country is going, I'm not optimistic as much as I would like to be. Imagine a bank robber can't run with a vehicle too. That would be funny. Though the obvious counter to this is, man, is it just begging hackers. It needs to be such a closed system that is just locked down as freakishly tight as possible. Let's see. Oh, imagine the car works with YouTube and sets the perfect video for the duration. That, yes. I want this stuff. I want this stuff so much. I want to climb into a car and just start. I want to climb into a car, open up my laptop, and just pay zero freaking attention to the drive. This is my fantasy. I want self-driving cars for this reason. I want to be able to go out with friends at night and, hey, look at that, I'm tired, or I've had a couple of drinks, and I want to be able to hop in the car and say, yeah, take me home. And I want to be like, cool, I can sleep in the back, or, you know, I can sit there with friends, or I know, as I'm riding around with friends, let me turn around, literally just turn the driver's seat around, and we can all just sit in a circle talking to each other. And the car can drive itself. Please, I want this future. Give me all of it. This is the future that we need. Let's see. Suddenly I'm being detoured over all the state toll roads. Toll roads, if there was ever a thing that just needs to die, that's it. Yeah. Whoa, what the hell? Am I still streaming? Okay, doing a quick check because something weird just happened, so okay, I am still streaming. Great. That was super weird. I don't know why that happened. Yeah, music died. I'm making sure everything else is good first. Okay. Music's back. Camera's fixed-ish, though a little fuzzier again. Cool. Okay. Wow, that was funky. I think that was a keyboard combination I did not anticipate doing something weird. Wow. I think I accidentally put the computer to sleep. And also, I think Discord got confused because I'm suddenly getting notifications left and right, which would likely imply that streamer mode, it says it's enabled, but I think Discord disagrees with me, or disagrees with itself. Either yes, or we all died in the nuclear explosion, and this is the afterlife. Wow, that was a quick trip to the afterlife. But okay, anyway, man, I really hope that did not trigger that weird bug that causes the crash. That makes me nervous. So, just to let you guys in, I have a weird bug that happens when I plug my external monitor into my laptop. Sometimes it causes the laptop, not just apps, but the full laptop to just straight crash. It doesn't happen all the time. It's semi-random, but let's just say I have learned to make a point out of just straight restarting the computer right before connecting the monitor as often as I can. Sometimes I don't do it, but it's hit and miss. Carson, I'm going to come back to that comment in just a second. But yeah, anyway, so whatever this did, it put the computer briefly to sleep, I think, and the monitor also went to sleep with it, naturally, or started to. And now I'm super worried that might cause this bug to go into effect. And the bug doesn't necessarily happen as soon as the monitor is reconnected or back on. It happens sometimes just... How do I say this? It can happen sometimes like 3, 4, 5 minutes later. So, I don't know. Anyway, y'all didn't think we're in the good place, did you? So Carson brought this up. Cody still streams in the afterlife. Now, I want to bring up, there's a logic to this that actually makes that kind of funny. So as we all know, I do not stream when it's too hot. You see where I'm going with this? That means in the afterlife, I've obviously picked a place that's kind of on the chill side. It is comfortable temperatures there. It is certainly below a certain roasting point, you might say. I'm just saying. Maybe I did something good. Maybe I did it right. Anyway, let's see. Kirby Mermaid, you need a new Mac OS. Sadly, no, I don't. That's not the problem. I mean, I might need a new Mac. I don't know if it has anything to do with that, but I'm as updated as it gets. Well, technically I'm not on the betas, but yeah, I'm updated. So it's not that, and I have reported this problem repeatedly. I mean, literally every time it happens, I report it. They have a lot of my complaints. Not even joking, they know. But I think my guess is they're not trying to fix it, or they can't reproduce it, so they don't know what to fix, and they're not trying anyway. I'm not really sure. But yeah, so not much I can say on it other than It's sort of infuriating. Yeah, exactly. If I was on Windows, it'd just be a blue screen of death. It's the same thing, just different operating systems. It's a core dump here, kernel panic or whatever. But yeah, so yeah, it pisses me off that it hasn't been fixed yet. The thing is, to be fair, I hate this. There is a chance that it's actually there's a chance that it may just be the cable that's bad, and I've looked into buying a new cable, which, hey, actually, that is a great reminder. PH photo. Let's see, USB-C to... Is this on DisplayPort? I don't know. I'll just search for this and I'll double check the cable later. I think this is on DisplayPort. So yeah, we're that might be one of the things I buy off of B&H to hit my target number. Awesome. If you're on Chrome OS, you would be able to stream. Truth. Actually, is that true? Don't they? I know they have OBS for Linux. Could you not run OBS in a Linux container? And I fully acknowledge that OBS running in a Linux container sounds like doomsday warmed over, but I'm sure that would run like absolute trash buckets. But I mean, technically, but yeah. Anyway, the thing is, this is the cable that came with the monitor, and at this stage, I wouldn't be surprised if the cable is just, you know, worn down and kind of junk. It is a fairly old monitor at this stage, so it's possible that if I just replace the cable, it might fix the problem. However, I'm going to hold to a solid opinion on this. If the operating system cannot handle a bad cable being plugged into it, that's on the freaking OS. That is a problem the OS needs to solve too. Yes, I need to get a new cable, which, by the way, this is working great. Like, the cable that's here obviously is performing just fine. But I should not have to... like, if I plug in a bad cable, pop up a message saying, hey, something might not be right. Don't core dump. Don't crash irrecoverably. This should not be a thing operating systems have a problem with. Kirby, you're using Cable Matters DisplayPort. Yeah, I mean, I'll check it out, but they're all basically the same. I mean, they really are. Yeah, I know Cable Matters does good stuff. Let's see. I know a couple of others do pretty good things, but I'm probably going to pull off of B&H just so I can hit that target number. Also, I'm not sure that I'm actually going to get the cable now, just because reasons. Oh, the other thing is, I'm also reluctant to buy the cable because I know I'm going to get a new Mac in a few months. As soon as that new M1X or M2 or M1 Pro, whatever they end up calling it, as soon as that new MacBook comes out, I want to get it. So as soon as that happens, I'm going to sell my current and my previous. Hopefully that actually pays it off. And yeah, but I'm not ruling out the possibility that this is just some weird fluke where it's something to do with a hardware incompatibility or issue. And if it were to still happen, then at that point, yeah, hell, we'll get a new cable. Awesome. No, the Best Buy employees sold me the gold-plated display port. Yeah, no kidding. Monster cable. There's your winner. Everyone should have monster cable. Hard sarcasm in case that's not obvious. Kirby, yeah, I've got an ultra wide. Unfortunately, it's not a super high res ultra wide, but it gets the job done. This is a 2015 Dell ultra wide, I think. Let's see. Displays. In case anyone actually cares, this is the Dell U3415W. Yep, it is this beast. It is useful, and that is the goal with it. I would love to upgrade it because, quite frankly, the thing that drives me nuts about it is it is not an even screen. It performs well. I don't care that it is not super fast for gaming. That matters not even at all to me. I don't care that it doesn't have a lot of the latest features. What I care about is it's not super even. It has some it's uneven on backlight. And the color reproduction, it's fine. It's not bad, but if I were trying to do like real pro photo stuff, this would not cut it. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's 3440 by 1440. So, yeah. You know, if you're sitting fairly far back from it, you're not going to notice pixels. B-slide him, that's the price of the laptop. Yeah, that's pretty sure going to be my problem with it too. Yeah, 800 for this. I don't remember how much I paid for this Dell, but I know it was lower than that. Quickly hop in here. I'll check. Alright, when I bought the Dell, it's funny, if you look at it now, it costs $1,400. I definitely did not pay that. Yeah, when I bought this Dell, I got it for $500. So, okay, that's actually closer than I would have expected, but yeah. I don't have the money to replace the monitor right now. I would like to, but that's outside of my range. And by the time I have the money to replace the monitor, I almost certainly will be shopping for something newer than this. Because this is, what, okay, they don't really give away the year in their model number. I hate when companies don't do that. So we'll just cheat. We're gonna go to... This came to Amazon almost a year ago. Literally 362 days ago since this listing was created. So presumably a 2020 monitor, maybe 2019. Yeah. By the time I will be able to afford a new monitor, I will probably be shopping for something that was released hopefully in the last like 6 to 12 months. And at that stage, and this is so stupidly optimistic, but at that stage, hopefully, what I'll be doing is actually buying like the buy now and hold on to it for many years kind of a thing, and actually do so intentionally as opposed to what I did with this monitor, which was buy now and just be happy with the fact it's as good as I'm going to get for the time being. Which, by the way, is exactly the situation I got with the chair that I'm sitting on, and I can't wait to throw this thing out the window. Actually, this monitor's great for its time and price. It just isn't. It doesn't hold up anymore as a great choice. Not for the stuff I want to do with it. Okay, let's see. Other topics. By the way, we are at 5, so I'm not ending yet, but I do want to say I'm probably gonna wear down soon because my lack of streaming has allowed my voice to get lazy. Also, in all seriousness, I don't have any water near me, and this bottle's almost empty, so there's a fair chance I will also seek more water soon. But Diablo says, I think Google has been reading my feedback all wrong about the assistant when they ask me, is this as good as any other way? And I say no, or as good, because my phone screen is always in my hand. That's how we got the Nest Hub launcher. Nice. Let's see. Anyway, I don't have a lot to say on this one. I'm just gonna throw it up here because it's stupid and funny, but the guy behind Segas, he's kind of got charges pressed against him. He's gonna go to court for fraud. Shocked. I'm shocked. Amazed. Did not see this coming. Ever. Actually, honestly, I kind of didn't see it coming. I thought he might have just gotten away with it. But, yeah. So, amazingly, Segas, the company that has, to my knowledge, never actually shipped a product, even though it has sold a few. Yeah. They're in trouble. So yeah, not much to say here. I just think this is the final, well, not the final step in this story. Obviously there is more to be told. Whether or not he actually gets punished, who knows? This could maybe lead, I don't know if, actually, I guess I didn't read this, so let's see. He deceived more than 300 investors, took in more than 10 million. The government is looking for a financial judgment in the same ballpark. That seems like BS. They should be punishing him for more. Monies intended for the company were instead used to settle litigation from other creditors, repay old loans with cash from new loans, pay for lavish facilities. Yeah. Pay down his personal credit card. Nice. Smart man. Smart man. Yeah, if this guy doesn't go to prison, it's stupid. They need to punish him, take anything that they can retch out of him, and then just send him to jail for a couple of years. Let him back out and just never let him do anything again. Let's see. Awesome. Wait, so my phone isn't shipping next year? You mean the one that's going to get upgraded after they send it to you? Remember, that is something they offered. They actually at one point said, hey, if you buy this phone, or for anyone who bought this phone, we will actually send you the phone, and sometime shortly after sending it to you, you can send it back to us, and we'll put in a new processor, a new SoC will go in your phone, because that's how good they are. No, idiots. I get why people bought the first one. They didn't know better. They didn't have any reason to know better. Holy crap, could they have not? There was no argument for buying us, or buying in when things came later. That was such a stupid situation. Awesome. The Pablo Escobar status fold 3. I mean, the thing is, at least the Escobar phone shipped to some people. Granted, it's just a relabeled whatever phone, like they had multiple versions, but at least it was sent to some people. Sega's, as far as I know, never even had a floor model. Like, they never even tried. So stupid. Anyway, let's see, dual Snapdragon 820. Oh yeah, the dual Snapdragon thing was also part of their promise. Which I think they were just at that point making shit up to see what people would believe. No, I refuse to believe people are stupid enough to buy into that. Let's see. Theranos. Also in trials. I don't really remember that one. But yeah, anyway, so enough on Sega's. That, like I said, there's nothing there. I just had to yell. Let's see. Don't really have anything on that one. I think I will. Yeah, I think I'll talk on the Pixel 6 main camera. I haven't read this yet, but I have a feeling the title mostly solves this. That the main camera sensor could be 3 times the size of the Pixel 5's. How much is in here? Ugh, that's a lot to read. Okay, so Pixel 6 primary camera is a big boy. I'll read through this section because I don't think I care about the chipset or modem stuff, but a few bits on this could be worth it. Okay, so yay C Stark for coming up with the dig in. Quote, it's a single change, but a string spotted by noted Google Camera porter C-Stark27, and a new version of the Google Camera app distributed with Android 12 Beta 4 includes the text GN wide P21, which could and probably does point to Google using the ISOCELL GN1 sensor for the wide-angle primary for the Pixel 21 pixels. Or sorry, for the 2021 pixels. Sorry. I was doing really good on that, and then I ran into a repetition of the word for, and it just threw me. Anyway, so if you aren't familiar with the GN1, that's understandable. Usually the Sony sensors that get the hype. But the GN1 is a big boy. Megapixel counts by themselves don't mean a whole lot, but it's a 50 megapixel sensor that's downright massive for a phone, around 4 times as large as the sensor Google's been using for all pixels in the primary sensor up until now. The GN1 is 12.21 millimeters across, which is 1 divided by 1.31 inches. While the IMX363 in the Pixel series is 7.06 millimeters across. So yeah, that is substantial. Technically, the size of the individual pixels on the GN1 is smaller, 1.2 micrometers versus 1.4 micrometers. But this is several generations newer, which could make for better per pixel light gathering ability, even at full resolution. And if Google uses pixel binning in any capacity, which I guarantee they will, it should utterly destroy the older sensor when matching the IMX363's 12-ish megapixel at a quad bin. This could mean even better low-light performance from the already low-light king, and a whole lot more pixels for Google's machine learning processing to take advantage of for everything from simply bigger photos to fine detail processing. For context, this big new sensor would bring it to hardware competition with Apple's Pro Max and Samsung's Ultra phones. That is such an awkward sentence. Which also makes use of huge primary sensors. We also already know that the Pixel 6, at least the bigger Pixel 6 Pro, would also finally pick up a folded periscope telephoto x4 zoom camera. Likely similar to what Samsung and Huawei have done in some of their phones, Google also claims the new camera will be able to unblur moving faces and HDR video, among other new tricks. I've got a theory on this, but I don't know if it's possible. In short, if the Pixel 6 has a GN1 primary camera, as the teardown here suggests, when paired with the company's usual magical processing and other camera changes we already know about, this could be the camera to beat going forward. GN1 camera sensor. Oops. Camera sensor, whatever. Okay. What do you pause? What do you do? Dual pixel technology delivers unrivaled autofocus performance for more precise and detailed images combined with the power of tetrapixel technology, blah blah blah, exceptional photos. Capture every precious moment whenever, wherever. Okay, there are 2 photodiodes allowing the component to execute ultra-fast autofocus and capture moving objects no matter where they are in the frame. Also, ISOCELL GN1 takes light information from each photodiode to produce a 100 megapixel resolution photograph by software algorithm. Alright. Not what I'm looking for, but this is hinting at some things. Okay, really quick, looking at comments before I get it in here. Low light kind of better with, yeah, it'll definitely be, yeah. So night sight videos incoming, pretty much guaranteed. I mean, we've known that that's coming for a while. Even everyone even knows Apple's working on this. I wouldn't expect to be able to take 50 megapixel photos with the camera app. Yeah, no, zero chance. They will bin this down. The thing is, or rather my question is, will you be able to get a 50 megapixel image out of any camera app? Or will this be happening at the hardware level where they just flat out do not give that option? There will be no way, no how you are just indelibly stuck at binned pixels. Not that I think that's a bad thing, I'm just curious. Okay, anyway, capture exactly what you see in any lighting condition with the ISOCELL GN1. Comes with blah blah blah, benefits, blah blah blah, combines 4 neighboring pixels. I mean, hell, it's even saying it pixel bins here. Okay, but this isn't what I'm looking for. I want to know if we can possibly do, if we can possibly turn on and off pixels independently. Because that changes everything. I am not worried about the noise. Intelligently switching to high native Wait, is this possibly dual circuit? If it's dual circuit ISO, I might make my pants wet. Right sensitivity makes better photo quality. Optimized gain adjustments resulting in better dynamic range and less noise. Native ISO determines how sensitive image sensor is to light, with high native ISO being better suited to low lit settings and low native ISO working better in bright environments. The Smart ISO technology allows the sensor to automatically shoot with low native ISO and bright settings, while intelligently switching to high native ISO in darker environments so that the photo can show optimal dynamic range for each situation with less noise. This sounds like dual circuit ISO. This is something that we've been seeing in big boy cameras for a little while. I'm trying to think what camera got really famous for it. There was one of them. It's gonna bug me, I can't think of it. But what happens in a big camera, what'll happen is as you raise the ISO, basically, let's say that you start at ISO 100. And technically that isn't necessarily the native ISO on all cameras, sensors. Sometimes it might be like 400 or 200, something like that. But the thing is, as you increase your ISO up to a certain point, it keeps getting noisier. It gets really bad. And then all of a sudden, when you pop over to something like 12,000 ISO, all of a sudden it gets clean. Like crazy clean. Let's see, YouTube, Gerald Undone, I think Sony A7S III, maybe review? Let's see. I think he does chapter markers. Yes, thank you. I love you. Chapter markers are the best. Noise and dual native ISO. Thank you. Dear God, you're awesome. I love technical people like this. Okay. So let's see, is it gonna show here? Yeah, okay. All right, I'm backing up this. Oops, okay. I don't know how well you can see it through my video, but if you're watching, so I've got it paused right now. You can probably see over on the left side, there's a ton of noise in the background, and it's not actually that bad a noise. It really isn't, but in those darker spots, it looks really pixelated and kind of junky. By the way, if anyone wants a clear view of this, in fact, copy video URL at current time. And there it is. In the chat, you can see this for yourself. But let me unpause. And this is him switching from 12,800 ISO to the next step up. At 1600, that noise went away. That is clean. Like, that looks great. It's not perfect. You can still see tiny little bits of noise, but that's great. This is dual native ISO. You basically have one ISO level down at the bottom, and then you switch to a different, basically a different circuit. And I don't know the science behind this, but somehow you are changing how it behaves. This is crazy awesome technology. Whatever the hell they're doing, it is neat as hell. I don't know if this costs a lot to do. I don't know if it's hard to do. It's still definitely not in very many cameras. This is pretty uncommon at this stage, but I know the Sony A7S III has it. The FX9 has it. It's another Sony camera. In fact, all of Sony's cinema cameras that have come out in the last, I think, year and a half have this. There are, I think, 2 or 3 Canon cameras that have it, and a few other companies have toyed with this in various capacities, but this is amazing. And I'm not sure, but I think what Sony's describing here with their ISO cell, their smart ISO technology, that's what it sounds like. So I don't know, but I'm curious, because if that's the case, excitement. This graphic is useless, Sony. Or sorry, Samsung. What are you doing? So I'm curious. I'm interested. Real-time HDR, is this what I think it is? Can we turn pixels on and off? Yeah, we can. We can. I am so buying this phone. I'm buying this phone. Google. Here. Hold on. Making sure I cover up a credit card number. Here. Here. Take it. It's yours. It's all yours. Buying this. As soon as you will give it. Give it. Give it now. I wants real bad. This is the thing I was talking about a few months ago. Basically, the ability to turn on and off individual pixels. This is so cool for great reasons. Now, I've explained this in the past. It's not hard to see exactly what's happening here, but you can accomplish HDR photos or video using a single exposure time, or effectively a single exposure. Carson, believe me, I would, but there is zero chance that they'll let me review it because I already know who's going to review it. We don't even technically have the ability to ask to review it yet, but I already know which people are going to take the phones. It is a no-brainer. I don't know necessarily which of the two people are going to take it, but I can already tell you Ryan will be reviewing one of them. Ryan will likely be reviewing the other. And if it's not him, it'll be David. Oh, wait. No, it'll be Ryan. And I suppose there's some outside possibility it could be somebody else, maybe Taylor, but I doubt it. And believe me, yes, I want to do a whole camera review on this. I have so much I would do with this. Anyway. Yeah, so going back, Diablo, this is how Google must also be doing the unblur faces. It is exactly how Google is doing the unblur faces. Precisely. I mean, I wish I could do visuals really quickly and easily because I could explain this whole thing really well. But yes, this is precisely how they'll be unable. This is precisely how they'll be able to unblur faces. Google Magic and the sensor wet dream indeed. Yes. Google will only accept payment in forms of transplantable organs. Look, I got 2 kidneys. Just saying. I'm sure I've got other things I could loan out. Camera review alone. Yeah, I want to so bad. What if it has a gimbal? Honestly, gimbal mode is such... Gimbal mode is a bad term for what it should be. I hate that they call it that. That is the worst term for it. Anyway. So, yeah, what they're doing, or what this allows them to do, is turn off pixels at different intervals. So, for parts of an image that are very, very dark, those are captured by the long exposure, and parts of the image that are very bright can be captured by a short exposure. What this allows you to do is get a very, very wide detection of basically of brightness. When people look at a camera sensor, what they'll typically talk about is what's called dynamic range. And they'll usually measure it in stops. So something might get like 12 stops of dynamic range or something like that. Let's see, Carson, they should let me have the camera to do a camera review, or let me have the phone to do a camera review. Believe me, I wish they would. They won't. That's why I'll just end up buying my own. Because these, especially since guaranteed, they don't want to give up the phone in the sense of they will keep it, because Google does not ask for review units back. Anyway, and besides, like I said, I'm going to get the phone myself, and I'm going to do my own thing. And it does not matter that it will not get posted to AP, because I will do my own thing with it. Anyway, yeah, what they basically can do is fake having a larger dynamic range in the sensor. So if you're in, let's say, a scene where the sun is setting over the ocean, and you take a picture and you backlit some some part of a mountain or a cave or something like that is going to be impossibly dark. And you've got this impossibly bright thing that's also in your frame. What's going to happen is the pixels that are, well, technically you're actually going to get like 3 exposures. One pixel is going to grab everything really, really fast. And that part of the scene is going to, sorry, let me explain this from a slightly different perspective. This is going to allow them to capture 3 different exposures. In theory, they could actually capture 4, but there's actually a math reason you don't want to do that. But we'll just say they capture 3 exposures, all simultaneously. What's going to happen is software will then blend these together and use basic math in order to figure out, hey, here's the darkest spots. We're going to take the darkest places and we're going to use those for the long exposure. So we get as much detail as we possibly can from those. And the brightest things, we're going to take the exposure that was done really, really fast and grab that one and blend that in. You apply a little bit of math, figure out which things belong where, and before long you have a really, really well exposed image. It may not be perfect. There may be some noise in the really dark spots. There, in theory, can actually be noise in the bright spots with this. It's a thing. But for the most part, it comes out a lot better. The amazing thing is this can also be done with video. And with video, you don't actually blend it together the same way. Instead, what you're using for the video is the short and medium exposures, and the long exposure is used typically if it can be, if there's not a lot of motion, it'll use it for that. But more often than not, what the long exposure will do is apply color. So you use a short exposure to deal with super bright things. The medium exposure is capturing the majority of the scene, and the long exposure is used just to try to enhance the colors of a thing that was in dark areas. It works well. It actually worked really well. It was used on the Mavic Air 2 year before last, I think. So basically this means that you can go out, you should be able to go out with a phone and shoot an actual sunset over the ocean with the ocean waves moving and still be able to see dark things off in the side. Like, this can be a video and it should look, honestly, not even kidding, I don't want to reach for it. It should look better. In theory, it should look better than a $3,000 camera can possibly get. Because that's just, this is smart technology. This is technology made that solves problems, not just technology that is sort of the bigger hammer. I mean, you can make an incredible sensor that is just incredible dynamic range, incredible this, incredible that, but the reality is there are some things that are basically impossible to solve with that sensor. This is a sensor that just, it's not as good of a sensor, but it's doing smart things with what it can do. And that is way more powerful. This phone will actually, I'm not even exaggerating here when I say this phone will probably be able to destroy some honest to God cinema cameras in terms of quality. And if you know me, you know that is not something I say lightly. So yeah, I didn't even realize that this had been, I mean, I had a suspicion that this would be happening. I didn't think it was actually, I didn't know for sure. Now, all of this said, technically, it is really important to note. One, we don't know for sure that Samsung is not doing this in hardware. If this is a thing that is only done in hardware and Google software doesn't get to touch it, that's not as good. We want Google to be doing this. We want their software touching all 3 of these exposures. No question to it. We want Google handling this, not Samsung. No offense to Samsung. I'm not saying Samsung software would not do well at this, but I mean, this is the sort of thing you don't want to try to do at the hardware level. You want to try to do it as a software algorithm that can be changed, improved, made smarter. And it requires a lot more bandwidth to do that. But please, do it. Yeah, if it's not obvious, I could care so much less about all of this other stuff. Because, I mean, it's neat, you know, dual pixel, or, sorry, not dual pixel, but dual native ISO, that's awesome. Cheers. Happy for it. Oh, I wonder how that works. Ooh. Okay, I wonder if the smart ISO is per pixel or if it's blankets the whole sensor. That could be tricky. Because if that's the case, they might have to use a very low ISO for capturing the sun. And if it affects the whole sensor, that's going to make it dirty as hell in the shadows. So that might still not be great. It depends. But that's okay. I could still live with that. Honestly, I'll live with that. No question. Let's see. A dual tetrapixel RGB Bayer pattern. That's an interesting thought. So that sounds like instead of quad Bayer, they're going for what is 6-sided? What is the prefix instead of quad or dual? What is it you get when you go to 6? I want to say it was 6, but I don't remember. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But that's good. Ooh, 10-bit color accuracy. Okay, there are better cameras out there in terms of color depth, but 10-bit, that's I to be fair, I'm not sure. Maybe they were already on 10-bit, but I'm happy to see 10-bit. 10-bit, by the way, is what the iPhone recently hit. So yeah, no, they probably wouldn't have been on 10-bit already. I think Samsung's phones are on 10-bit too. They should be. No, for real, this is the full hype. Diablo, I'm 100%. This is the full hype. This is the thing that I am all about. Oh, hey, actually, they do. Okay, output formats. RAW 8 and RAW 10, which is that is representative of the bit depth. So using DPCM and PCM compression, I don't know if that has any impact on it, but as long as that's not lossy, that does not matter. Okay, so this is dual pixel autofocus also. That's what the PDAF is. Let's see, anything else in here that is interesting? Okay, electronic rolling shutter and global reset. All right. Let's see, video frame rate. 400 frames per second at 1080p. I don't even know what stunt I can do anymore to show more hype. Google, please. Gib camera. I don't even care about the other half of the phone. Just give me the part that's got a camera in it. I'll make it work. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, it can hit 24 frames per second for stills at the full 50 megapixel. That's pretty damn good. Not necessarily incredible, but it's solid. Okay, yeah, so I don't see anything else in here that just jumps out as a significant thing. I want Samsung, you made my dream. You made my dreams come true. David Lama, yeah, no wonder they were tooting their phone. Yeah, 100%. This, holy God, this announcement. Okay, I'm predicting right now. This is fully from last week. I'm predicting right now they will have handed the Pixel 6 to a bunch of, we'll say, creatives. It's gonna be some YouTubers, maybe a few people on other platforms, but I think it's gonna be really YouTuber focused. It's gonna be people in the camera world, within reason. Like, it might not be like pros in the camera world, but I think they're gonna go really heavy with people who are like B-roll fetishists. If you've ever watched Peter McKinnon, you know what I'm talking about. Let's see. Yeah, God, I would love it if they handed this off to Sam Colder. We talked about this, what, 2 weeks ago? Something like that. Again, I don't think Peter McKinnon, just because he's kind of already so on board with iPhones. But yeah, it's gonna be, they're gonna hand this off to some people. I bet they hand it off to a few pro photographers and say, hey, you guys, give us what you can. Put it to the test. Make this as hard as you can. I bet travel vloggers are going to be a big target, which is sort of ironic given the world we live in right now, but I wouldn't be surprised. There's going to be so much stuff here. I really think that this is going to be their thing. This is going to be a big year. Pixel 6 Pro, by the way, definitely Pro. There is nothing that is going to stop me from being like as quick as I can order, refreshing the page, the whole nine. I'm all for this. I'm in. With that, I don't know that I have much more to say. Man, I almost wish Corbin hadn't ducked out when he did. I wish I'd gotten to this topic earlier. Not that he would have had much to add on this, but just so we'd have the sounding board who's like, who can tell me to calm down or something. How do you feel about colors? Oh, colors of the Pixel? Yeah. Let's see. Were they here? Yeah. I know we talked about this on the day that the colors came out officially. For the Pro, which if you're watching the screen, oh no, let me transition. For the Pros, which are the ones that are in front, my take is for the Pro, I think I like this. These are bad representations of the color, though. Let's switch to okay, that probably has something. Okay, so these should be the, oops, no, You don't need to pull that up. Okay, so these should just be the Pixel 6s, because the Pixel 6, as I recall, has a really short colorway at the top. So yeah, I mean, the black looks good. I'm not gonna get this model, but the black looks good. I don't really know that I like the other two colors. They're not bad, they're just, yeah, I'm just not sold on. I do like the orange on the top of that one on the right side, but I don't really like the body color. That body color just doesn't land with me. Oh, okay. There was another much better picture, but oh well. For the full size, wait, why are they're leaving out the one unique looking one. Okay, let's try. Here we go. There was one that had all of them at once. Why don't we have the one I'm specifically looking for? That's so weird. Okay, well, oh, maybe it's in the carousel. Nope, it's not. Alright, anyway, if I'm getting the Pro... Oh, that's right. I do like this color too, this kind of yellow cream color. It's not necessarily what I would go with, but I do like it. I do not have any particular interest in this one. This looks weird to me. It's a wrong color match. But yeah, anyway, if I'm going Pro, I'm either going with the yellow that is at the center of the Pros right here, or I'll go with black. I don't typically... I don't know. I don't like white and silver enough. It would look fine, but if I'm gonna go with something that is not black, I just want a unique, interesting color. And as Corbin and I both agreed, if you're gonna, like, other than that, I want something that's gonna go really well with a case. And black always goes well with cases. You can put a black phone inside of any color of case, it's gonna look fine, unless it's like a matte white case, maybe. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, so technically, I guess, funny enough, I guess strictly speaking, I'm gonna get one of these two colors. Yes, I know technically one of those devices in the picture is a regular 6 and the other one's a Pro, but yeah, I'm gonna get one of those two colors. Probably going black because, I don't know, just, I do. Black Pro for Diablo. Feel like the distance between the 3 lenses might make for a more abrupt switch when zooming in or out during video. That kind of assumes a little bit that it'll let you do that. But yeah, I tend to agree. The thing is, though, there's no way around that. There really just isn't. It's just kind of the eternal curse. You're gonna have a jump during video if you're switching cameras. Awesome. Once you go black, don't know about the memory size. 128. You never fill. But wonder if you'll do more videos if it's so good. So I am going to say something that I think a lot of people are gonna hate, but it's totally the truth. You could have a camera that captures the absolute, truly most perfect images in the world. Like, makes them look better than your photography skills could possibly ever accomplish. The reality is, if you already don't take a lot of pictures or video, you're probably not going to take more just because they start coming out better. It's more about our instinct. If you're the type of person who does not pull out a phone when you see something, you're not going to start now. Which I know is kind of a bleak thing to say, but it is the truth. People have an innate instinct to only take out their phone to capture pictures or video when they do, and if you don't have that already, it's not going to suddenly change just because it got a bit nicer. That being said, to be fair, sometimes all it takes is getting some of that practice, and if you suddenly love taking these pictures because they start looking better, that might be the thing that triggers you to suddenly become that person. So you never know. Let's see. Try to go. Oh, is the Pixel Store, or sorry, is the Google Store? Store. Do they actually have pictures up of the 6 yet? Not there, not there. I thought they just shared them on Twitter. Looks that way. Oh wait. Google's committed to, yeah, okay, that's not it. Yeah, it's not here. They just have them up on Twitter then. Unless it's under the drop down. Yeah. Oh, Pixel 6 phones coming fall. Ah, Diablo, yeah. Calling it out just as I found it. I was just about to close the tab, then I look and it's like, wait a second. Would they really put it there? They would. Let's see. So, yeah, I really should. God, I definitely should have come here. The pictures are way. This is way better. So yeah. Anyway, I do like this cream color here, or yellow, cream, orange, like very light orange, whatever we're calling it. They should have released names already. I'm not against this silver color. It's fine. It's just not where I'm gonna go. And yeah, black is almost certainly where I'm gonna go with this. It's so good. David Llama, do gold if you were to pick one. So, is this gold? Because I could see that being called gold too. I could also see them, it might be peach. It's so tough to tell what it's actually going to look like here. How about gold creamsicle orange? That should be its name, gold creamsicle orange. I have no idea. But yeah, anyway, of the regular Pixel 6s, it's funny in this picture I like this like blue and green a little bit more. It looks a little better. I like this because it's different, but it's just not. I wouldn't get it for myself probably. It's I don't know. And then again, black. It's just so hard to go wrong with that. Awesome. I vote not purple. Fair. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, I'm so all about this phone. Okay, so I'm just gonna say it. What if? I feel bad even saying this because I don't want to jinx it, but what if this phone comes out and they're like, hey, it's super, super great camera and it's super, super great display and it's super, super, super great this and super, super great that. And here's the Tensor chip. It's all right. I mean, you know, you're only gonna have to deal with a few frame drops. Don't worry, you will only notice if you if you pay close attention, but it's not bad, is what we're saying. How terrible. That better not happen. They just go crazy. They go even more crazy with the color names. I mean, they're on their way to getting pretty crazy with color names. It's a thing. But yeah, I want this phone. Google Gid. Put me in the like Pixel Super Fans group. Put me into invite me to check out this camera, please. I want to check it out so much. Anyway, let's see. It's almost 6. I think I could be wrong, but I think I've been talking about the camera for almost an hour. Well, no, not quite, but close. Because I think it was just about 5 when I switched to a couple of other topics for like 10 minutes. And then switched over to the camera thing with, oh, not this post. What, wherever the other post was, I lost the tab. Diablo, what's a short stream? I know, right? But yeah. I mean, again, this thing with the dual, let's see, yeah, with the dual pixel or dual circuit, the dual ISO, dual native ISO, that alone is enough for me to be excited about this camera. That's all it takes, and I'm excited about this camera. The potential of going to having HDR video, that's a huge step up. You throw in everything else and it just keeps getting better. I want this a lot. God, this is gonna be such an expensive phone. I'm so dreading. No joke. I'm really dreading that they're gonna be like, hey, here's the Pixel 6, and its starting price is gonna be $999. And here's the Pixel 6 Pro. Starting price is gonna be $14.99. No, I don't think it'll be $14.99, but still, I am dreading what their price tag on this thing's gonna be. It's gonna be too much. I'll 100%. I'm going to be financing this one. There's no other way I can get it. Let's see. David Long. October's gonna be too long. We'll see when they ship. My hunch is because the 5A just came out. I don't think they are gonna launch until maybe the end of September. I don't have any sort of date. I don't know, but I'm leaning towards late September for an announcement, probably shipping like 1st of October, maybe middle of October. I don't know, we'll see. The color name is the feeling you get when you have exact change for your Starbucks order, so you don't have to charge it to your credit card and your significant other doesn't question your poor spending. Previously known as Rose Gold. Gold. But yeah, no, I'm gonna be legitimately when it comes to announcement day, I'm gonna be sitting there. I'll see if I can't. Do you guys know? Actually, honest question: does anyone know? Can you pre-fill the form for financing? Google Pixel financing, Google Store. Apply now, so you can. Well, you know what I'm going to be doing in a little bit. So, yeah. No interest paid in full within 6 months. I mean, kind of wish it was a little longer. Oh, wait. If purchases are over... Yeah, okay, never mind. No interest in 12 months. I can do. In case... Not that you can't find it using the search that I typed in, but in case anyone's curious, there's a link. Weird that there is a Verizon logo right there. Is that... I wonder if there's any association. This doesn't say Verizon anywhere else that I see. Better not mean that this is through Verizon, because screw that noise. Yeah, okay, so this has... That's just a whatever thing. That doesn't matter to me. Okay, so yeah. David Lama, would they push trade-ins? I mean, everyone's pushing trade-ins, but Google never gives very good trade-ins on their phones. I don't think they're gonna give a good enough trade-in to make it super worthwhile. That being said, if they would let me trade in like a... What would I trade in? Actually, part of me wants to trade in the Pixel 4. Or the 4 XL. I don't know. Maybe if... I might look. I will think ahead. I will decide in advance if the trade-in values are good enough. I'll pick a number... And if the Pixel 4 trade-in is good enough, I would maybe do that. I doubt it's gonna be. I bet their trade-ins on even the Pixel 4 XL, I bet those trade-ins are gonna be like $400 at best. And that would be an insulting number for a 4 XL, right? I think. Let's see, what is... Oh, damn it. What is the name of that trade... what is the name of the trading site? Or sales site? How am I just totally blanking on this? Let's just search selling a smartphone. Come on, you've got to turn up as one of the... Swappa. That's what I'm looking for. And Carson said it just as I found it. Yep. So, let's have a look-see. Pixel trade-ins for the 5A are so sad. Well, yeah, I'm sure they are. So, Pixel 4 XL. Oh. Get the fuck out of here. Oops. I didn't actually mean to back out of that page entirely. Seriously, swap a load faster. Okay, but what the shit is this? These trade-ins are low enough. People... It costs more to eat in a month than you can get trading in any of these phones. And the 4XL was over $1,000. What the crap is happening here? Meanwhile, every Samsung phone is... trading in at least a little better, if not a lot better. And then you've got iPhones over here trading in at like... triple. Ugh. Ugh. There's a vengeful demon inside of me that wants to reach out and slap the shit out of something. I'm not even sure what, because I mean these are the prices people are obviously accepting and paying, but still. Holy crap, does that suck. Anyway, So yeah, I don't know. For that number, it's not worth it to get rid of the Pixel 4. It just isn't. Wait, was LG higher? Is that maybe because those phones are impossible to find now? Because no one bought them? This could be like a collector thing. I mean, strictly speaking, it's just this one that's higher. All the rest of these, I guess the Velvet 5G is kind of relevant, but all the rest of these are either the same or definitely lower. I'm actually more surprised the Motorola phones are doing so well. LG is vintage now. Well, that's better than the HTC phones. Those are just objectively hipster. You know, I'm actually... Wait, it's... Oh, God. I mean, I understand why, but this is funny to me. The M8, a phone that is a year older than the M9, is selling for $29 more. I know why. It's that Snapdragon chip that overheats, but fudge. That is rough. Yeah, I'm a little surprised Swappa has HTC phones too, but honestly, the thing is, I bet they actually trade really well because they are very durable phones. They're actually nice phones. They just lack. They always had something that HTC kind of lacked and screwed up on. So I get it. It makes sense. Oh, yeah. Anyway, those Google phone trade-ins are so terrible. What the? Okay, anyway. So, I don't know. The thing is, to me, I'm still looking at the Pixel 4 XL and it's like, I don't care if I don't care if the normal trade-in on this is this low. It still doesn't make sense to give it up for anything less than like $400. It's still a very solid phone that I'm still gonna get some value out of. So, out of curiosity, the eBay. Let's find out. Pixel 4 XL. Yeah, see, it goes for more here. And people are, yeah, pre-owned, it's going, well, I mean, Swap is all pre-owned too, but pre-owned, they've got them going for $280. I mean, and I think mine is higher storage. Mine should be a 128, I think. Actually, this is a good moment to discover or rediscover what it is I bought. Oh my god, notification crazy. Come on, let me get there. Storage, where you at? 128, yeah. Also, just for reference, are you gonna adjust or not? Okay. Can I just... Hey, we'll turn down the brightness. That solves that. That kind of solves that. 101 gigs used on my 128 gig phone. I guess I could have turned the brightness back up a little bit more. Is that... Yeah, that... Okay, that's about perfect. Yep. 101 gigs used. So, hey, I actually do use my storage space. Honestly, I wasn't really sure. Which maybe isn't the best thing to say, but it's the truth. Now return to that binging with Babish video I didn't get to finish. And, yeah. Well, in all honesty, when it comes to the Pixel 6, I'm pretty sure I'm just going to straight up, I'm going to be dumping videos off of there more actively. So I don't know if I'll really need to go above go above 128, but I might. The thing is, I don't want to pay the extra for it, so we'll see. All that said, there is another thing I'm going to try to actually review that would be relevant to this, and I need to get in touch with that company again soon, because reasons. Oh, damn it, I should have done that already. I forgot about something. So yeah, look forward to a review that would be very relevant to this. I wonder how much of a difference? It'll be 100. It's always 100. Or at least I'm pretty sure, right? I'm not crazy. Am I? Did the Pixel 5 even have different storage options? I suddenly am not as sure as I'd like to be. Out of stock, yeah. Could we... because I don't think the 5A had it, did they? Sure, we'll just go with that. Next. Skip. Okay, yeah, they don't have size options. I didn't think they would. That sucks. I'm pretty sure it's always $100 though. So yeah, if they do, it's probably going to be rumors 3 storage sizes for the Pro. Do you think they should just do 256 and 512? I mean, I'd love it if they just did 256 and 512, but yeah, I'm pretty confident this is just going to be a straight 100 in order to get up to 256, and then if they do 512, it'll probably be maybe 100 or 150. I don't know. Man, this thing's gonna be such a premium beast. I'm so scared of this. I'm scared of the price. I am. All right. Anyway, it's after 6. I'm hungry. It is actually finally, like, legitimately, it's actually warming up in here, but it's still not bad. I'm not hating it. So as long as it's anything close to this for the weekend, back to The Last of Us. Holy crap, it feels like forever. Kind of has been forever. Anyway, so yeah, wrapping it up. Oh, I just realized I was looking at the Google Store page, and all you guys were seeing was my face. I thought I was browsing with you guys watching. Which, hey, look at me. I did not dox my email addresses in the last few minutes again. But anyway, thank you all for coming and hanging out. Thanks for hanging out this long. It's been a good long stream. Oh well, guess we're not in hell. Also, not the end of the world, because I gave my 15-minute warning long ago. But yeah, anyway, so come join me this weekend if you are so inclined. We'll be back to The Last of Us Part 2. Let's see. Man, I just totally spaced on anything that would resemble an outro on this, but I hope you're all doing well. Have a great freaking week. Again, will be back this weekend. I have no idea what else to say. So with that, thanks everyone for coming by. You know where to hit if you want to throw a buck or two my direction. With that, good night, everybody.